sense of liberty is no vice, but when his delegates shouted down Rockefeller as he addressed the convention. "These extremists feed on fear, hate, and terror," the New York governor intoned over the deafening jeers of the crowd. "They offered no program for America and the Republican Party. They operate from dark shadows of secrecy. It is essential that this convention repudiate here and now any doctrinaire militant minority, whether communist, Ku Klux Klan, or Birchers." In the wake of the convention, George Wallace formally dropped his own bid for the Democratic presidential nomination. "My mission has been accomplished," he explained. Goldwater was a gift to Lyndon Johnson. A doctrinaire conservative and acknowledged leader of the Republican Party's right wing, he was a bundle of contradictions. Though he deplored government handouts and pined for a simpler day when you either worked or you starved, Goldwater, the child of a wealthy department store owner, conveniently glossed over the strong links between his family's fortune and federal spending, which in his lifetime transformed Arizona from a desert backwater to a thriving Sunbelt powerhouse. I.F. Stone, the crusading left-wing journalist, would quip that Goldwater's base likes to think of itself as rugged and frontier because it is Western and Southwestern, but the covered wagons in which it travels are Cadillacs, and its wide-open spaces have been air-conditioned. Bill Moyers aptly captured the conservative icon's charm when he told the president in confidence that Goldwater has a basic appeal to people who want to return to America's age of innocence. The days of county fairs, country bands, sawdust, candied apples, simple solutions to simple problems. Days that never existed except in the minds of people who didn't live in them, but wish they did. Goldwater deplored the New Deal for its supposed creeping socialism, though he conveniently overlooked the $342 million in aid that Arizona collected from the federal government in those years, an era in which the state collected only $16 million in federal taxes. As a senator, he railed against the federal government, but continued to champion federal spending on local infrastructure and water projects. Despite his personal fortune and his wife's considerable inheritance, he lived lavishly and beyond his means, even as he preached the politics of frugality and personal responsibility. Goldwater fashioned himself a conservative theorist, but even by his own admission, he had been at best a middling student and exhibited very little intellectual curiosity. "There was nothing I did that made me a success," he acknowledged in a moment of candor. "You might say I was a success by being born into a successful family." His sister later observed, "I don't think he ever read a book growing up." Covering Goldwater in the early primary state of New Hampshire, Teddy White observed that his candor is the completely unrestrained candor of old men and little children. During his swing through the Granite State, the Arizona senator proposed authorizing NATO commanders to deploy atomic weapons. "Let's lob one into the men's room of the Kremlin," he offered on another occasion. He suggested that the Tennessee Valley Authority be privatized and Social Security transformed into a voluntary program. Goldwater discovered to his advisor's chagrin that statements he made earlier in his career now weighted down his candidacy, as when he dismissed the Eisenhower administration as a dime store New Deal, or offered that this country would be better off if we could just saw off the eastern seaboard and let it float out to sea. Equally troubling, his movement earned the fervent support of far-right fringe groups like the John Birch Society. "We've got super patriots running through the woods like a collection of firebugs," groused one of his state organizers. "And I keep running after them like Smokey Bear putting out fires. We just don't need any more enemies." Goldwater defied tradition when he named William Miller, an obscure congressman from upstate New York, armed with a caustic tongue and a dedication to conservatism, as his running mate. rather than a more established office holder at the state or federal level. Miller was little known. As a popular ditty soon went, "Here's a riddle, it's a killer. Who the hell is William Miller?" To the few Washington insiders who actually did know him, he was a cantankerous gadfly and prude who once took to the House floor to condemn the Kennedys for hosting a party at which guests danced the twist. Goldwater enjoyed telling reporters that Miller drives Lyndon Johnson nuts. In truth, the incumbent scarcely knew who he was. The congressman figured little in the fall campaign, appearing mostly at small venues in faraway places like Bangor, Maine. Based on intelligence from the field, Larry O'Brien assured LBJ that he was a complete zero. His shortcomings notwithstanding, Goldwater aroused a growing portion of the party's conservative base that rejected the politics of consensus and aspired to dismantle the New Deal. He channeled their fervent anti-communism and resistance to the authority of the central state. Though personally opposed to racial discrimination, Goldwater galvanized segregationists with his opposition to the Civil Rights Act and his rhetorical veneration of free enterprise and association. LBJ bore his opponent no personal ill will. The two men had enjoyed a friendly rapport during their joint tenure in the Senate, though in a private conversation with John Connally, the president candidly sized up his opponent as just nutty as a fruitcake. In July, Buzz urged the president to assume the high road, at least until after Labor Day, and scrupulously to avoid terms like whiffs of fascism and scent of Nazism, which could prove explosive and turn the tide of public sympathy toward the Republican nominee. Goldwater's extremism spoke for itself. By late September, however, Busby argued that the attack should be broadened on the extremes and factions. Republicans should be told, in effect, that their party is being taken over not by Birchites and Klansmen, but by the Reverend Billy Hargis, an arch-conservative segregationist preacher who pledged his support to Goldwater, and all the other right-wing kooks who can be fairly named. None of these things require your participation. You can remain above the battle, but these are real and valid issues. Instead, Bill Moyers and Jack Valenti would do it for him. Johnson's staff ran the campaign out of the White House in an era with less stringent rules governing the separation between government resources and partisan activities. Teddy White later broke the president's organization into several categories. Team A comprised Moyers, Valenti, and Jenkins, the troika, unquestionably in command of message, strategy, and execution. White considered Busby and Goodwin worker bees, not leaders of Team A. Team B included three well-regarded veterans of Democratic politics, Abe Fortas, Jim Rowe, and Clark Clifford. Team C was the Kennedy operational team, namely O'Brien and O'Donnell, who managed the campaign's state-by-state political operation and ground game. Team D leaned on mid-level administration employees who, under Valenti's direction, drove the 5 o'clock Club, the first rapid response operation in campaign history. Finally, Team E, the Democratic National Committee and its operatives, contributed to the effort, though with less stature or consequence than in prior cycles. Valenti and Moyers made the critical decision to retain Doyle Dane Bernbach, DDB, the upstart advertising agency that JFK had initially selected for his re-election effort. While larger shops on Madison Avenue debated the relative merits of David Ogilvy's method, research-driven, tasteful, possessing a big idea, but not generally entertaining, and Rosser Reeves's differentiation through a unique selling proposition, DDB threw out both playbooks and conveyed a smart, modern sensibility, striking for its embrace of irony and sardonic wit. Its breakthrough campaign for the Volkswagen Beetle, Think Small, made it one of the country's most sought-after agencies. Though DDB had never worked on a political account, its principals understood better than rival agencies that the rules of communicating with voters, who were, after all, consumers, were changing. In the 1964 cycle, the major networks intended for the first time to sell advertising slots in the 30-second and 1-minute range during televised programs, a break with the standard 5-minute or 15-minute follow-on spots. To capture and maintain viewer interest, they would need to appeal chiefly to emotion. "We're selling the President of the United States," a member of the account team offered. The spots that DDB created under Moyer's and Valenti's supervision were like nothing the country had ever seen. In one, the camera lingered over a telephone with a flashing red light, conspicuously missing a rotary dial. "This particular phone only rings in a serious crisis," a narrator explained in a grave tone. "Leave it in the hands of a man who has proven himself responsible." Another depicted a young girl raptly engaged in an ice cream cone to a woman's troubling voiceover. "Know what people used to do? They used to explode bombs in the air. You know, children should have lots of vitamin A and calcium, but they shouldn't have strontium-90 or cesium-137. The narrator explained that reasonable leaders came together several years earlier to sign a test ban treaty, thus ridding the atmosphere of harmful nuclear radiant. "Now there's a man who wants to be President of the United States," she continued. "His name is Barry Goldwater. If he's elected, they might start testing all over again." From a distance, a Geiger counter clicked away with increasing rapidity. In Confessions of a Republican, an earnest, bespectacled young man, primly dressed and thoughtful in both voice and expression, offered that, "I certainly don't feel guilty about being a Republican. I've always been a Republican. But when we come to Senator Goldwater, now it seems to me we're up against a very different kind of man." Midway through, he carefully pulled a packet from his suit pocket and lit a cigarette. Resting it between his right index and middle fingers, he continued, "I mean, when the head of the Ku Klux Klan with all those weird groups come out in favor of the candidate of my party, either they're not Republicans or I'm not." On the evening of September 7th, during NBC's Monday Night at the Movies, the campaign aired Daisy Girl, a 1-minute ad that featured a young girl picking petals off a flower while counting from 1 to 10. Midway through the spot, a man's voice supersedes the girl's with a countdown. The camera zoomed in on her eye, on which a giant exploding mushroom cloud was reflected. "These are the stakes," LBJ's voiceover sounded. "To make a world in which all God's children can live or go into the dark. We must either love each other or we must die." A narrator then warned, "Vote for President Johnson on November 3rd. The stakes are too high for you to stay home." Minutes after the spot ran, the White House switchboard lit up with calls from across the country, complaining about the campaign's cheap appeal to fear and panic. "Holy shit," the president screamed at Bill Moyers, whom he had summoned to the Oval Office. "What in the hell do you mean putting on that ad? I've been swamped with calls." Upon a moment's reflection, LBJ conceded with a laugh, "I guess it did what we goddamn set out to do, didn't it?" The spot aired only once, but the rival networks CBS and ABC reported widely on the controversy surrounding it. Days later, the chairman of the Republican National Committee lodged a formal complaint with the Federal Communications Commission, protesting that this horror-type commercial implies that Senator Goldwater is a reckless man. Moyers was positively ecstatic when he telephoned Johnson to deliver the news. "That's exactly what we wanted to imply," he told the president, "and we also hoped someone around Goldwater would say it, not us." Long after it aired, Daisy Girl would be remembered as one of the most vicious broadcast spots in American political history. Much as Busby had suggested, the president's campaign would attempt to construct a vast winning coalition spanning from center-left to center-right. The soundest national approach, Dick Scammon advised Moyers, was setting out that middle-of-the-road approach which seems to mark the views of three-quarters of our citizens. Firm support of a law-and-order, moderate program guaranteeing citizen rights and enforcing citizen duties. Doubtless, this policy should be accompanied by specific rejection of the views and actions of Klan hoodlums on the one side or liquor-looting hoodlums on the other. The president's campaign could thus argue that Goldwater and the Klan were tarred with the same brush, while avoiding the implication that LBJ drew support from hoodlums, who had rioted that summer in Harlem. Earlier in the year, the pollster Oliver Quayle coined a term to describe this strategy: frontlash. Presidential advisers who had only recently braced themselves for a revolt by working-class white voters now perceived an opportunity to exploit the much larger crack of moderate Republican frontlash against Barry Goldwater, a reporter noted. By presenting themselves as the party of stability and responsibility and calm judgment, they would make it easier for moderate-minded Republicans to vote for President Johnson. Thinking principally of the immediate goal, racking up a commanding majority to satisfy Johnson's desire to outperform even Franklin Roosevelt, who in 1936 captured 61% of the popular vote and 523 electoral votes, and building liberal majorities in Congress to enact more Great Society programs, Team A pursued their opponent without mercy. We ought to treat Goldwater not as an equal who has credentials to be president, Valenti urged. We must depict Miller as some sort of April Fool's gag. Practically all our answers ought to mantle in ridicule. Indeed, Valenti reached out to Bob Hope's joke writers for material. The idea was to whack Goldwater every day with gags and humor that deny him any right to be called sane or stable. That fall, DDB produced a darkly amusing spot that depicted a hand emerging from water and sawing off the eastern seaboard of the United States, as the narrator reminded viewers that Goldwater had once advocated precisely this metaphorical outcome. In a brutally direct memo to LBJ, Valenti contended that our main strength lies not so much in the for Johnson, but in the against Goldwater. We must make him ridiculous and a little scary, trigger-happy, a bomb thrower, a radical, not the nation's leader. We'll sell TVA, cancel Social Security, abolish the government, stir trouble in NATO, be the herald of World War III. Moyers was in full agreement. The central message of the president's campaign was that Goldwater could do these things, but only if we let him. Vote for President Johnson on November 3rd. The stakes are too high to stay home. The longer-term disadvantage of pursuing a frontlash strategy might not have been immediately apparent to the president's team. Writing that summer, the columnists Roland Evans and Robert Novak observed that the White House was transforming the Democratic Party into a non-ideological, broad-based consensus party, cleansed of over-partisanship. The question was whether these new Johnson voters, if even translated into a whopping majority in 1964, can be retained as Democrats in the future. But Team A remained singularly focused. We have a few more Goldwater ads, Moyers assured the president in the immediate wake of the Daisy Girl spot. It was a considerable understatement. They produced more spots than they could use. Right now, the biggest asset we have is Goldwater's alleged instability in atom and hydrogen bombs, Valenti offered. We must not let this slip away. Moyers and Valenti built an operation almost unprecedented in American presidential politics. The 5 o'clock Club, deployed trackers to attend Goldwater's and Miller's public speeches, and provided reporters with real-time retorts to the opposition's claims. They worked with friendly journalists to monitor Goldwater's off-the-record conversations with his press pool and put E. Howard Hunt, a CIA intelligence officer who would later gain notoriety for his role in the Watergate scandal, on the payroll to gather intelligence on the opposition. While presidential campaigns customarily relied on polling, Johnson's voracious hunger for data drove the White House to new extremes. In addition to conducting regular surveys of the two-candidate horse race, Moyers privately commissioned the Gallup organization to run flash polls that tested public reaction to specific speeches or messaging. Using dispersed call centers, Gallup could deliver results within 24 hours at a cost of $4,000 per survey. This practice, which would later become standard, was wholly without precedent when Moyers first suggested it to the president. In further pursuit of the front lash strategy, Jim Rowe took leave of his law practice to organize 72 affinity groups, including the National Independent Committee for Johnson and Humphrey, an organization that drew together leading Republicans, including John Loeb, Sidney J. Weinberg of Goldman Sachs, Henry Ford II, Donald C. Cook of American Electric Power, two members of the staunchly Republican Cabot family of Massachusetts, and Bob Anderson, former Treasury Secretary under Dwight Eisenhower, who chaired the organization. Not since the 1920s, wrote the Christian Science Monitor, has the businessman been so ardently wooed in a presidential election. The political humorist Art Buchwald noted that most of Rowe's committees, artists and authors, organized labor, women's groups, rural advocates, were fundamentally predictable. The only one that stood out, he wisecracked, was Republicans for Goldwater. Moyers was aware that front lash was limited in its strategic value. If he did not take Goldwater seriously, he nevertheless cautioned the president not to ignore the GOP nominee's broader resonance with a large portion of the electorate. Moyers urged LBJ to make at least a symbolic gesture toward Americans who felt their country changing in ways that seemed menacing and unfriendly. He wanted to see Johnson visit county fairs, be seen shaking hands, walking around among the people, talking to rural Americans. Wise counsel or not, Moyers could not, and LBJ would not, run such a campaign. The issues confronting Americans were too grave, and the emerging divisions too wide to escape. Despite the early and trenchant success of the front lash strategy, LBJ was not unassailable. His support for civil rights had opened an enormous chasm within the Democratic coalition. On Friday, August 21st, just days before the opening gavel of the Democratic National Convention, several busloads of black Mississippians arrived at the shabby, beaten-down Gem Motel, a mile from Convention Hall in Atlantic City. A reporter watching them assemble for a prayer session saw a hymn-singing group of dedicated men and women who feel as though they had temporarily escaped from a Mississippi prison and who think they may be jailed when they get back. They were sharecroppers, small business owners, maids, and school teachers. Among them were a few whites, including the Reverend Ed King, the chaplain of Tougaloo College, a small black institution just north of Jackson. The Mississippians slept 4 to a room and dined frugally. They were all dressed up in their Sunday go-to-meeting best, recalled the veteran civil rights activist James Foreman. They were representatives of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, MFDP. On Saturday, they would appear before the convention's Credentials Committee and ask to be seated as the official Mississippi State delegation. For more than 3 years, several civil rights groups, including the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and the Congress of Racial Equality, had cooperated under the umbrella of the Council of Federated Organizations to run voter registration drives in Mississippi. Even in the American South, where only 40% of eligible black citizens were registered to vote, the Magnolia State was exceptional. Of its several 100,000 black voting-age residents, only 6.4% had managed to wade through the thicket of literacy and citizenship tests, poll taxes, and violence to register. In 1963, the organization switched tactics and coordinated the Freedom Vote, an independent mock election intended to demonstrate that Mississippi's black citizens would vote if provided the opportunity. Some 80,000 black citizens turned in mock ballots electing the state NAACP chief Aaron Henry, governor, and the Reverend Ed King, lieutenant governor of Mississippi. The election was non-binding, but it conveyed a powerful message. If given the opportunity, black Mississippians would readily exercise their constitutional right to the franchise. Building on the success of the Freedom Vote, the organizers laid plans for two bold projects. First, they would bring a large contingent of white students to Mississippi in the summer of 1964 to register voters. Placing these sons and daughters of affluent middle-class whites from New York, Boston, and elsewhere in the line of fire would surely draw media attention to the violent injustice of Mississippi political culture, as well as provide sorely needed manpower. Second, they would sponsor another parallel election, this time to select delegates for the 1964 Democratic National Convention. To that end, the Council of Federated Organizations created the MFDP and invited every black and white citizen of voting age to participate in local, county, and statewide caucuses to choose delegates who would go to Atlantic City. They followed Mississippi election law to the letter, acting as though the MFDP were, in effect, the state Democratic Party. Because most black citizens were artificially disenfranchised, and because the MFDP opened its delegate caucuses to people of all races, the new organization would argue that it, not the regular state party, held rightful claim to Mississippi's slate of convention delegates. The experiment in interracial cooperation drew enormous media attention. On Monday, June 22nd, just weeks into the project, Americans learned of the disappearance of 3 voter registration workers: James Chaney, a 21-year-old black native of Meridian; Michael Schwerner, a young Jewish New Yorker; and Andrew Goodman, a summer volunteer from Queens College in New York City. Weeks later, after a massive and well-publicized manhunt, their bodies were found beneath an earthen dam. By the opening gavel of the 1964 convention, it was clear that the MFDP enjoyed the strong support of liberal delegates. If the National Convention agreed to seat the MFDP instead of the Mississippi Regulars, and this was not entirely unimaginable after the chair of the delegation, Lieutenant Governor Paul Johnson, infuriated many Northern Democrats by affirming that NAACP stood for niggers, alligators, apes, coons, and possums. White Southern state delegations might bolt the convention. To avert that possibility, Johnson dangled the vice presidency before the only Senate liberal with sufficient credibility to shut down the challenge, Hubert Humphrey. "I always had the feeling, and it was implicit," one of Humphrey's advisers later explained, "that if Humphrey messed this up, Johnson was not going to make him the running mate. It was kind of a test for him. If he couldn't do it, so much for Humphrey." The MFDP's lawyer, Joe Rao, was a veteran labor attorney and a close advisor to both Hubert Humphrey and Walter Reuther, the head of the United Auto Workers. Rao had been a bitter enemy of Lyndon Johnson's throughout the 1950s, but had recently closed ranks to help the White House secure passage of the Civil Rights Act. Now he found himself once again challenging Johnson on a matter of liberal conviction. His strategy was simple. He expected a majority of the convention's Credentials Committee to oppose seating the MFDP, but he needed only 10% of its members, 11 delegates, to force the drafting of a minority report, and then he needed just 8 state delegations to request a formal convention-wide vote on the minority report. If he could carry the MFDP that far, he expected delegates outside the South would close ranks with the civil rights activists. To build momentum, he called a string of witnesses to testify before the Credentials Committee about the brutality of Jim Crow. Rita Schwerner, Michael Schwerner's young widow, spoke, as did Martin Luther King Jr., who told the committee that if you value your party, if you value your nation, if you value the democratic process, then you must recognize the Freedom Party delegation. By far the most stirring testimony was that of Fannie Lou Hamer, a 46-year-old ex-sharecropper who was said to be SNCC's oldest but most dedicated field organizer. The youngest of 20 children, Hamer had spent all but 2 years of her life in Sunflower County, Mississippi, the home of the segregationist Senator James Eastland. In 1962, when Hamer attempted to register to vote, the landowner she worked for had demanded that she withdraw her application. In a voice that was unschooled yet full of eloquent resilience, wearing new city clothes over her short, stout frame, and bearing an expression of both sadness and hope, Hamer told the Credentials Committee that, "If the Freedom Party is not seated now, I question America. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off the hooks because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America?" Watching the coverage from the Oval Office, Johnson realized the potential political danger of Hamer's testimony. He immediately called a press conference, diverting television coverage away from the Credentials hearing. The networks were forced to change their live feeds, but the strategy backfired that evening when they rebroadcast her appearance before a prime-time audience. The next day, newspapers ran photographs of Fannie Lou Hamer arm in arm with the family of Michael Schwerner in vigil on the Atlantic City boardwalk. Leaving nothing to chance, Johnson applied the full pressure of his office to whip liberal delegates into line. The president's campaign compelled the convention to accept a compromise, stipulating that the MFDP would be accorded special guest status, along with 2 at-large non-voting delegates. The National Party would also obligate subsequent national conventions to apply a strict non-discrimination standard in accrediting delegate slates. Finally, the Mississippi regulars would have to pledge allegiance to the Democratic ticket before taking their seats at the convention. The MFDP refused the settlement. "We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats," Hamer told the packed MFDP caucus. So did the Mississippi regulars, who backtracked on their agreement and endorsed Barry Goldwater. LBJ, who ultimately rewarded Humphrey with the vice presidential nomination, was furious. He had sorely compromised his standing with the party's liberal flank and was now faced with the prospect of a mass revolt by Southern delegates. "They're Democrats," he said of the MFDP challengers in a private conversation with Carl Sanders, the moderate governor of Georgia. "These people went in and begged to go and participate in the convention. They've got half the population. They won't let them." The president had demanded that the convention ignore Southern lawlessness. "You violated the 57 law, and you violated the 60 law, and you violated the 64 law, but we're going to seat you, every damn one of you." And in return, the regulars bolted. Since May, Busbee had beseeched LBJ to concentrate more effort on the South. He was particularly concerned that the White House had scheduled relatively few appearances by senior administration officials in the old Confederacy, and opted instead to concentrate efforts in the Northeast and the Midwest. A political realist, Johnson essentially resigned himself to losing at least some traditionally Democratic states in the South, as had Harry Truman in 1948 and Adlai Stevenson in 1952 and 1956. He had been willing to sacrifice the MFDP to avert a far-reaching crack-up of the party, but he would not divert resources from his national frontlash strategy in the interest of courting hardline segregationists, who, in any event, would likely back Goldwater. But Busbee was not alone in his reluctance to forfeit the South. Lady Bird Johnson insisted on conducting her own swing through Dixie. Over just 4 days, she traveled 1,628 miles by train and delivered 47 speeches from the back of her specially outfitted rail car. The reception was vitriolic. She was greeted by acid banners, "Blackbird, go home," "Johnson is a nigger lover," and violent jeers. Resisting Busbee's advice that she avoid controversial topics, she proudly proclaimed her support for the Civil Rights Act. In Columbia, South Carolina, she stared down an especially ugly mob. "This is a country of many viewpoints," she declared firmly in a Southern drawl. "I respect your right to express your own. Now it is my turn to express mine. Thank you." Over the years, LBJ had visited countless public and private indignities upon Lady Bird. But in their complicated relationship, she was a trusted political advisor and close friend. He flew to New Orleans to join her final stop and dramatically walked half a mile to greet her train at the station. African-American bystanders cheered wildly. White observers stood back several feet on the sidewalk, staring in silent loathing. Taking the stage at the Jung Hotel, Johnson launched into a passionate stem-winder in defense of the Great Society. "I want us to wipe poverty off the face of the South," he declared, "and off the conscience of the nation. I want us to assure our young the best of education at every level, and the expectation of a good job in their home state when their school years are through. I want us to assure our aged that when they need hospital care, they will have it. I so much want us to maintain a prosperous free enterprise economy, so your governor can continue bringing in new plants and new payrolls and new jobs in the north and in the south of your state." He then fixed his gaze on the crowd and addressed the one issue that he knew would cost him the state of Louisiana in November. "Whatever your views are," he said of the Civil Rights Act, "we have a Constitution, and we have a Bill of Rights, and we have the law of the land, and 2/3 of the Democrats in the Senate voted for it, and 3/4 of the Republicans. I signed it, and I am going to enforce it." What followed next left the crowd slack-jawed. Johnson told the apocryphal story of a visit that the late Sam Rayburn, his idol and mentor, who had served for many years as House Speaker, paid to a dying Southern senator. Rayburn and the unnamed senator reflected on all that the Democratic Party had accomplished under Franklin Roosevelt. The schools and hospitals it had helped build, the relief jobs it offered to the unemployed, the electricity it delivered to rural farm families. And the senator said, "Sammy, I wish I felt a little better. I would like to go back down there and make them one more Democratic speech. I just feel like I have one in me. The poor old state, they haven't heard a Democratic speech in 30 years. All they ever hear at election time is nigger, nigger, nigger." George Reedy, who had inherited Salinger's job as press secretary earlier in the spring, told Johnson that the speech left reporters gasping. Jack Valenti, who was present, would describe the shocked reaction of the audience as a physical thing, surprise, awe. Ears heard what they plainly could not hear. A cataclysmic wave hit everyone there with stunning, irreversible force. After a moment of dazed silence, African Americans in the crowd stood on their feet and, joined by many white bystanders, rocked the hall in thunderous applause. The newspapers promptly sanitized Johnson's language, but political professionals understood that he had invoked the crudest epithet in America's dark racial lexicon to implore a Southern audience to resist the misdirection of Jim Crow demagoguery and rise above hate. The traveling press corps, previously lukewarm on LBJ, began evincing qualified respect and admiration, his aides informed him. The New Orleans Negro, Negro, Negro speech captured them, Busby gushed. Thus, overnight they are speaking of you, as once FDR, as the master, the champ. Though aimed at a Southern audience, LBJ's speech in New Orleans represented a definitive embrace of frontlash and an acknowledgement that the solid South would inevitably fissure. Indeed, Goldwater ultimately carried Louisiana, as well as Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina, which delivered 47 of his 52 electoral votes. 4 years later, Wallace, running as a third-party candidate, would win the Goldwater states, while Richard Nixon would carry Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Kentucky. In stark contrast to Johnson, who gambled that he could win a changing map with an unorthodox racial calculus, Goldwater, who claimed to be personally opposed to segregation, played fast and loose with racial incitement. The New York Times observed that, as the fall campaign wore on, he began to link directly his law and order issue, in which he deplores crime and violence, with the civil rights movement, mentioning the two in juxtaposition. During a speech in Minneapolis, he mentioned gang rape and civil rights disturbances in the same paragraph. Speaking to campaign supporters in an all-white suburb of Philadelphia, he charged that minority groups run this country, and Americans are getting sick and tired of it. In southern states, his campaign aired a commercial that depicted a clean-cut, hard-working white youth losing his job to an arrogant-looking Negro boy, as the president himself described the spot, courtesy of the Civil Rights Act. Earlier in the year, the two candidates met in the White House, ostensibly to agree that neither side would stoke racial fears or resentments for advantage. Goldwater came in, just wanted to tell me that he was a half Jew and that he didn't want to do anything to contribute to any riots or disorders or bring about any violence, Johnson told one of his cabinet members. Because of his ancestry, he was aware of the problems that existed in that field, and he didn't want to say anything that would make them any worse. But Goldwater did not keep consistently to his pledge. Most often, Goldwater's campaign exploited a wider constellation of grievances as proxy issues for race, as when it profited from a 30-minute televised infomercial titled Choice, which juxtaposed imagery of women in topless bathing attire, striptease clubs, and pornographic literature with film footage of black urban rioters. Interspersed throughout scenes of lascivious pool parties, drug-addled youth, and dancing black children, a man veered wildly and at high speed in a Lincoln Continental, throwing beer cans out the driver's side window willy-nilly for added effect. The subtext was unmistakable. The same liberal forces that threatened to unravel the moral fabric of American society were driving racial minorities to lash out violently against public authority and private property. Or, for those who required direct narration, honest, hard-working America was under assault. There were two Americas, and you alone standing between them. The film was technically the work of Mothers for a Moral America, but just as Jim Row's 72 independent committees were not really independent, the GOP campaign played a hand in its production. Russell Watson, the communications director for Citizens for Goldwater, freely acknowledged that it would tap the prejudice of people who were brought up in small towns and on the farms, especially in the Midwest. If diverse issues like crime and morality were increasingly attractive proxies for racial appeals, Goldwater and Miller found an unexpected opening on October 13th, when police sources in Washington, D.C. informed Republican campaign staff that Walter Jenkins had been detained earlier in the week on public indecency charges. After drinking several martinis at a party marking the opening of the new Newsweek building, the president's top aide had proceeded to the Washington YMCA, a notorious cruising locale for men seeking sexual liaisons with other men. There, he was arrested after an undercover police officer apprehended him in mid-act with an older man in a bathroom shower stall. Jenkins was booked, identified himself as a government clerk, paid a $50 fine, and returned to the White House, where staff members thought nothing of his haggard appearance, because Jenkins often remained at his post until well after midnight. Goldwater's campaign sat on the information, unaware that the next morning several newspapers had also been tipped off and were seeking comment from Jenkins. In a panic, the chief of staff telephoned Abe Fortas, who found him well off his rocker, and assumed that a combination of stress and fatigue had robbed him temporarily of his senses. Along with Clark Clifford, Fortas paid a series of urgent visits to the editors of the Washington Star and the Washington Post, both of whom agreed to hold the story out of consideration for Jenkins's family. The reprieve would prove temporary. That evening, the Republican National Committee issued a statement that accused the White House of desperately trying to suppress a major news story affecting national security. And within half an hour, UPI broke the news. It further materialized that Jenkins had been arrested several years earlier on similar charges. Under Fortas's direction, Jenkins committed himself for hospitalization and tendered his resignation. The White House put out a simple statement indicating that Moyers would assume his responsibilities, in effect elevating the young preacher to the untitled position of presidential chief of staff. In a striking conversation later that day, the First Lady firmly rejected her husband's instruction not to speak publicly on the matter and conveyed her intention to issue a gesture of support to Walter. Hours later, her office released a statement. "My heart is aching for someone who has reached the end point of exhaustion in dedicated service to his country," she said, hewing closely to the official reasoning behind Jenkins' resignation. For the most part, newspapers took a delicate approach to Jenkins's downfall, in no small part because he was a popular and sympathetic character to those on the inside. The columnist William White voiced mainstream consensus when he explained the episode as a case of combat fatigue, as surely as any man ever suffered it in battle, while Miller asked rhetorically how a man of such convictions could be appointed to the highest councils of government. Goldwater did not wade into the Jenkins affair, preferring instead to speak more generally about Johnson's multiple conflicts of interest, his entanglement with Bobby Baker, the scandal-ridden former Secretary of the Senate who had once been his protege and trusted aide and now faced federal corruption charges, his accrual of massive wealth over years of Senate service, his relationship with several shady Texas businessmen. His followers eagerly drew the connection between perceived moral decay in society and corruption in the White House. Cries of "thief" and "steal away" rang out routinely when the candidate fulminated against LBJ's alleged venality. But the issue failed to gain GOP traction. Lyndon Johnson ultimately won the fall election in a landslide, carrying 44 states and Washington, D.C., with 61% of the popular vote. Larry O'Brien had predicted that many Johnson Republicans would swing right back to the Big R for the other state contests. But in fact, the president's coattails were long. Democrats netted 2 Senate seats and 37 House seats, delivering the largest majorities that the party had enjoyed since FDR's second term. O'Brien's prophecy would nevertheless prove correct in other ways. Shortly before Election Day, he told the president that few Johnson Republicans were likely to become Democratic converts. The president's team won the election by convincing the country that Goldwater was not a normal American politician, as Walter Lippmann observed, but rather a grave threat to the internal peace of the nation. But it did not build a mandate for the Great Society. This was a strategic decision that would come back to haunt the architects of the Johnson landslide. Indeed, front lash was a devil's bargain. Part 2. Chapter 6. A Frustrating Paradox. Joe Califano later recalled the whirlwind of events that swept him into Lyndon Johnson's close orbit. The Brooklyn-born son of an Italian-American father and Irish-American mother, Califano, young in appearance for his 33 years, with a full complement of dark, wavy hair, soft black eyes, and round face, was the product of Jesuit schools and Harvard Law School. Like so many of the nation's best and brightest, in 1960, he caught the Kennedy fever fast and early, and spent every spare hour knocking on doors in Manhattan, where he worked by day as an associate at the white shoe firm of Dewey, Ballantyne, Bushby, Palmer, and Wood. Astonished to find that politics held his interest more than splitting stocks for clients, he gave up a hefty corporate paycheck and leveraged personal connections to secure a position at the Pentagon, where, as Eric Goldman would recall, his sharp intelligence and ability to analyze a problem quickly and come up with clear alternative proposals drew him to the attention of Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, a number-crunching businessman with an abiding faith in process and empiricism. When Adam Yarmolinsky left his post as special assistant to the secretary, Califano took his place as well as his prized office across the hall from McNamara's. One of his chief assignments was to act as the department's liaison to the White House. In mid-1964, Bill Moyers made an abortive attempt to bring Califano into the White House. The defense secretary blocked the move. Still, it came as little surprise on July 8, 1965, not even 6 months into Johnson's new term as president, when Jack Valenti summoned him to the West Wing. In a brief meeting with Valenti and Moyers, Califano learned that he was to become a general utility infielder on the domestic scene, with a broad mandate to direct legislation and oversee the smooth enactment of LBJ's Great Society programs. Less than 48 hours later, he awoke at 3 o'clock on a Saturday morning for the short drive to Andrews Air Force Base, where he joined a small contingent that included Jack and Mary Margaret Valenti and Dick Goodwin for a flight aboard Air Force One bound for the LBJ ranch. Still unaccustomed to the Baroque rituals that governed life as a member of LBJ's White House staff, Califano changed on command into swim trunks and treaded water as the president, several inches taller and habitually wont to compel visitors into the deep end of the pool, where he could stand but they could not, jabbed him repeatedly with his index finger and spoke in an animated tone about the Senate's recent passage of his Medicare bill. Later that afternoon, still dressed in a damp suit and knit shirt, Califano rode shotgun as LBJ drove him at high speed around the sprawling ranch. From behind the wheel, the president was sipping Cutty Sark scotch and soda, and would at irregular intervals stop the car, extend his left hand out the window, and rattle the paper cup, whereupon a Secret Service agent in the follow car would dash ahead and refresh Johnson's drink with ice and whiskey. There was a helicopter ride to the Haywood Ranch, a nearby property that the Johnsons also owned, lunch aboard a 37-foot yacht on Lake LBJ, and water skiing. The president drove the motorboat, faster and faster, zigging and zagging around the lake, as Califano held on for dear life. He threw me only once. Returning to dry land, the president beckoned his new aide into a small blue convertible, top down, and once again took the wheel. Moments later, as the vehicle began veering wildly toward the lake, LBJ cried, "The brakes don't work! The brakes don't work! We're going in! We're going under!" Califano braced for impact, only to find that the small blue convertible was an amphicar, half car, half boat. "Did you see what Joe did?" the president bellowed in laughter to other guests. "He didn't give a damn about his president. He just wanted to save his own skin and get out of the car." There was ample serious conversation that weekend about domestic policy, particularly the imperative to fight a dual-front war at home against poverty and in Vietnam against communism, without sacrificing one priority to the other. For Califano, the maiden voyage to the LBJ ranch was in the main a lesson about the eccentric strains and stresses of his new life. As they walked from the lake into one of the nearby guest cottages, he later remembered, "The president stopped in a bright shaft of sunlight in the living room. He unbuckled his belt and twisted toward his right side as he lowered his pants and pushed down his undershorts, trying to look at his increasingly bare right buttock. Something hurts back there," he said, now exploring the surface with his right hand. "Is that a boil?" Califano reluctantly glanced at the president's backside and confirmed that it was. The president nodded, made a mental note to contact the White House physician, and pulled his trousers up. In winning his own term in office, Lyndon Johnson at last felt at liberty to fashion his presidency, rather than complete Jack Kennedy's. He exercised this freedom in ways large and small, from reconstituting his staff to refurbishing his office. For all the glamour and sparkle that Americans had come to associate with Camelot, an image that often seemed at odds with the coarser, less polished air that the Johnsons, Texans born and bred, brought to the White House, the West Wing, during JFK's tenure, had been a shabby, dilapidated affair. Teddy White remembered the business lobby entrance as a huge room in the center of which is an enormous table of Philippine mahogany, normally festooned with coats, cameras, and news gear in an untidy pile. On the walls, some of the uglier paintings of American art. About the sides, black easy chairs and oversized black sofas for lounging. The press room was small, dark, and cramped. In early 1965, under Lady Bird's direction, the Johnsons refurbished the West Wing. In consultation with Bill Walton, an abstract expressionist painter and art critic, whom the Kennedys had appointed chairman of the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts, they enlarged the press room and redecorated the public hallways and entrances. "Newly lit and painted," White reported, its ugly oil paintings replaced by fresh American art. The lobby has seen the removal of its old furnishings and their replacement by glittering green leather armchairs and sofas in the style called Dallas Modern. It is a gayer, pleasanter place, but the atmosphere and gossip remain the same. The Fish Room, later redubbed the Roosevelt Room during Richard Nixon's tenure, was exceedingly drab and unattractive, Horace Busby remarked to Liz Carpenter. It was an embarrassment as a waiting room for visitors coming to see the president. At Walton's suggestion, the staff remodeled the room with a bright, plush red carpet, fresh paintings, and walls lined with items of historical interest, together with books and other materials, giving it a semi-library tone and quality. The Oval Office, too, underwent physical transformation. Gone was the bright red rug that Jackie Kennedy ordered installed during the trip to Texas, a surprise gift for her husband, who never lived to see or pace the length of it. In its place was a gray-green substitute, with the new seal of the United States, completed by 2 extra stars, for Hawaii and Alaska, surrounding the eagle, woven into its textured surface. The oatmeal curtains in red trim that Jackie had also selected remained in place, but the walls now featured a selection of American art from the Smithsonian, including a Gilbert Stuart portrait of George Washington above the fireplace, on whose mantel sat a vermeil tureen from the Margaret Biddle collection, flanked on each side by a pair of Chinese export vases, all of it carefully curated by Lady Bird and Bill Walton. LBJ's tall wooden rocking chair, not dissimilar to Kennedy's, faced the fireplace. On side tables and bookshelves rested color photographs of his wife and daughters. There was a grandfather clock with silenced chimes to furnish the office with a constant metronome sound that Johnson found calming, and of course a long console that housed 3 televisions, one for each network, and a newswire ticker concealed within a custom wood credenza. Of the many doors leading to and from the Oval Office, one led to an outer chamber where the president's secretaries kept watch, which in turn emptied into the ornate cabinet room. Another door on the west end of the Oval opened into a side study that the president used for reading or for hosting small conclaves with staff members and visitors. Outfitted with a couch and easy chair, each upholstered in a deep shade of green, LBJ's favorite, the room was lined with historic relics, including a framed letter penned by Sam Houston to Johnson's grandfather, and autographed photographs of FDR, Harry Truman, and Dwight Eisenhower. That study, in turn, led to Kenneth O'Donnell's office, later bequeathed to Marvin Watson, a Texan who joined the administration in 1965, which opened next into Jack Valenti's lair, then to another room housing Valenti's small staff, then to a small office where Horace Busby set up shop, and finally to a spacious corner suite that housed Busby's team. Though each office had doors to its adjacent rooms, enabling LBJ to ramble from one to the other unencumbered, it also had a front entrance that spilled into a long red-carpeted corridor running past the fish room and the west lobby. On the other side of the wing were Moyer's palatial suite, since the early 1980s the vice president's office, a small nook designated for the Secret Service, and the press room. The indoor swimming pool, where Johnson so often held court in his natural element, occupied the runway from the west wing to the mansion. In later years, the Nixon administration built a floor above it and converted it into a more modern briefing room for the press. Walton transformed the once featureless hallways into a veritable art gallery, with most of the pieces borrowed from the Smithsonian. The work ranged from Frederick Remington's depictions of cowboys and western landscapes and James McNeill Whistler's atmospheric paintings to a series of prints by Currier and Ives. For his own book-lined office, Buzz selected 16 miniatures and silhouettes by early American artists. The walls in Valenti's office were framed by a series of paintings by the American artist Childe Hassam, whose work was deeply influenced by the European Impressionists. Finally, there was Bill Moyers, first among equals since Walter Jenkins' departure, and the one aide, according to the Washington Post, who did not need to borrow his art. He brought his own, including a dramatic modern piece titled Carnival by the Mexican painter Alfredo Santos, and a striking canvas that comprised geometric designs in reds, orange, and black, the work of an unknown artist from an island off the coast of Panama. Behind his semicircular desk, 3 floor-to-ceiling windows offered a direct view of the executive mansion's front lawn. Intriguing designs and soft or brilliant colors of a new decor snap, crackle, and pop in the renovated presidential offices at the White House, a newspaper feature began. Presidential advisors, who give more hours of their day to their country than to their own families, have brought a look of home away from home to their workaday world. Not long after LBJ's victory, Charles Roberts of Newsweek remarked that members of the White House press corps regarded LBJ as a frustrating paradox, the most accessible and yet the most thin-skinned of presidents. He encourages contacts with them, then reacts indignantly when their stories don't come out as pro-Johnson. Serving as a buffer between Johnson and the press was in most regards a losing proposition. But there were few people less suited to the role than George Reedy, a friendly, pipe-smoking, contemplative man who had been in the president's service for over a decade. Reedy was completing his third week of hospitalization for a weight loss regimen in May 1964, when Walter Jenkins summoned him to the White House. Upon arrival, he stumbled across Bill Moyers, who made some inane remark like, "Congratulations." Reedy's enmity for Moyers was extreme and only grew with time. Pierre Salinger had resigned as press secretary, and the role would now fall to Reedy, a former newspaperman who, in addition to his many other responsibilities as a member of Johnson's Senate and vice presidential staff, had been the principal liaison with the media. "I didn't know what he was congratulating me on," Reedy would recount, "but the tone of it sounded to me like I was being led to the Last Supper. And I remember my response was something equally inane like, 'If it weren't for the honor, I'd just as soon walk.'" He huddled with LBJ and Salinger in the small study adjacent to the Oval Office, and reluctantly accepted the assignment. I knew the president quite well, and I had come to the conclusion many years previously that if he ever did become president, one of his greatest problems was going to be his handling of the press, simply because he would want the press to do things that it would not do and could not do, and I didn't want to be the man caught in the middle on it. When Reedy entered the hospital, he weighed over 275 pounds. By the spring of 1965, he was down to approximately 200 pounds. Much of the weight loss owed to his weeks of hospitalization and a rigid 1,000-calorie-per-day diet, to which he subsequently committed. But Roberts was certain that the cruel and unusual punishment to which press secretaries are subjected had a good deal to do with his reduced frame. "Poor George," the president once told a group of reporters. "He can't drink and he can't eat. All he has in life is to take a beating twice a day from those White House correspondents." Roberts sized up Reedy as more erudite, but not so fast on his feet as either of his predecessors. Eisenhower's press secretary, Jim Haggerty, brought reporters to heel with his stern glower and habit of publicly discomfiting those who posed questions that the administration preferred not to answer. Salinger, by contrast, relied on demonstrations of wry wit and charm, and turned daily press briefings into clever verbal jousts. Reedy took another tact altogether. Periphrasis. "Your question is assuming some conclusions based upon some facts of which I am unaware," he might offer in response to a direct query, lit pipe in hand, a plume of smoke surrounding his jowly face. "As a casual newspaper reader, I have some awareness of the stories to which you have alluded. As I can gather from these stories, I know of no particular occasion that could be identified from them on which I was present. Consequently, I cannot draw conclusions on a series of facts which are not known to me." If Reedy's default style was ponderous and indirect, many newspapermen who covered the administration blamed the president, rather than his press secretary, for their information deficit. Johnson tended to view reporters as so many enemies to be told as little and manipulated as much as possible, Eric Goldman believed. He kept a tight rein on what his press secretary could say. LBJ eschewed regular press conferences for hastily arranged briefings with select newsmen, or awkward, brisk strolls around the White House grounds, the journalists struggling to keep pace with the president's long stride, even as they scribbled notes. Reedy would later characterize his relationship with LBJ as stormy throughout his tenure as press secretary. The president ridiculed him for being overly solicitous of reporters. His attitude toward me was that I was being grossly abused by the press, Reedy surmised. I think he really meant it, and I would try to explain to him that I had no problems at all that he wasn't creating for me, but that didn't help any. He considered his role partly as a liaison between reporters and the White House. Reporters had a job to do, and the administration could either help or, to its detriment, impede them. Ultimately, they would write stories, with or without the cooperation of the president's staff. Reedy was capable at staying on message, delivering official spin, or practicing bare-knuckle politics. As press secretary during the campaign, there was no separate political press office. He regularly savaged Barry Goldwater to brutal effect. When, in the wake of the Harlem riots, the GOP nominee attempted to soften his image by meeting with LBJ to reach a joint agreement not to stoke racial tensions, Reedy acidly offered that, as a man who has asked for observance of the civil rights law and who has signed the law and who is implementing the law, the president would not do anything to incite or inflame tensions. Johnson, he continued, did not require a meeting to avoid provocation. Perhaps Goldwater did. But the president faulted Reedy for what he perceived as abject servility to the press corps. He thought, and I was never able to disabuse him of this, that my whole strategy was to make the press happy by seeing that their bags were carried and that they had airplane space and adequate hotel space. Reedy concluded in retrospect. He thought I was pampering the press. I wasn't. I was just trying to set up rational procedures so that the press could cover him. Indeed, reporters increasingly resented receiving the 11th hour notice of presidential travel, to the ranch, from the ranch, to random destinations, that they were required to cover. The White House press corps wasted literally thousands of hours sitting on its baggage in Washington, Austin, Texas, and way stations waiting for the president to move, Charles Roberts mordantly observed. Reedy understood that reporters relished their access and dined out on tales of their frenetic lifestyles. He also appreciated that they were human beings who needed to manage their lives. Even during the 1964 campaign, when Johnson earned an outsized share of positive coverage, there gradually emerged a trust deficit between reporters and the White House. It would later be termed the credibility gap. As Goldman candidly acknowledged, the press was growing increasingly suspicious of what was told them. Too often, President Johnson was making statements that did not check out and denying rumors which turned out to be facts. Reporters did not generally hold Reedy accountable, though not for reasons that would have flattered the official White House secretary. Simply put, they believed that the big, rumpled panda man was the last to know of White House developments. Though on the surface the staff ran a tight operation, a reporter noted that a journalist making an inquiry of Mr. Valenti or Mr. Moyers is much more likely to be referred back to the press secretary, Mr. Reedy, than he was in the old days of Pierre Salinger. In truth, Goldman believed, the LBJ White House was one vast sieve. Aides interacted regularly with reporters. On some occasions they kept Reedy informed, and on others they did not. It was of no help that Johnson would often encourage staff members to back channel information to journalists on his behalf, with an unspoken agreement to keep such interactions confidential. George Reedy was a press secretary with a severely limited amount of information that was authoritative to announce, Goldman continued, while other statements were constantly making their ways to the press. Sympathetic reporters agreed. Mr. Johnson has given increased freedom to his staff except for George E. Reedy, his press secretary, whom he has not given the chance to do his job either freely or well, the New York Times reported in June 1965. The deterioration in his relationship with LBJ pained Reedy. A stalwart veteran of the inner circle, he had been a loyal retainer in both the heady days when Johnson ruled the Senate with an iron fist and the gloomy years when the vice presidency stripped him of all power and prestige. Asked in later years whether Johnson kept him adequately informed during his tenure as press secretary, Reedy answered, "No," which I think was kind of unfortunate because I have been an extremely close advisor of his for many years on political problems and any other types of problems. And in a sense, the mere fact that I was press secretary placed me in a category that in his mind took me outside his problems. Reedy was also out of step with Moyers and Valenti, whom the president increasingly trusted to shape and guard his image, and even with Busby, who he believed shared their love of gimmicks. Reedy advocated staging more televised presidential press conferences, a tactic that Salinger and JFK pioneered, initially to some criticism, but ultimately to their advantage. He argued that such formal engagements, when offered at a regular cadence and with a minimum of ground rules in place, extended more control, not, as LBJ feared, less, over message. Such had been the case for John Kennedy, who at the urging of Pierre Salinger became the first president to stage regular briefings in front of television cameras. Many of JFK's other advisers opposed this approach at first, to say nothing of officials at the State Department and Department of Defense who feared that a spontaneous presidential remark might trigger a global crisis. But Salinger knew his boss to be a cool customer, witty, at ease with himself, and fully in command of policy. His clean disposal of Richard Nixon during their televised presidential debates in 1960, Salinger believed that Kennedy came across as a mature, knowledgeable, attractive man, while Nixon looked the part of an actor reading a toothpaste commercial, established the importance of keeping JFK front and center. Unfortunately, Reedy had no such asset with which to work. LBJ as president was little better at his role than Nixon had been as a candidate. Though Reedy believed that a head of state had a civic obligation to submit himself to public scrutiny by representatives of all the national daily papers, wire services, and broadcast outlets on a regular basis, he was by no means in the thrall of journalists. He regarded press conferences as mostly stagecraft. Questions become highly rhetorical because they're intended to put the newspapermen on television more than they are to elicit information. Valenti and Moyers advocated a different sensibility. Theirs was modish, where Reedy's was old-fashioned. In the same way that they embraced leading-edge methods in broadcast advertising to frame the stakes of the 1964 election, they encouraged the president to turn his press interactions into performance art that he, not the reporters, could control. One favored device was the wandering press conference. To Reedy's chagrin, the concept soon caught on, as did haystack press conferences. Quite literally, availabilities staged beside a stack of hay at the LBJ Ranch, and Saturday morning press conference, simply because when he'd wake up on Sunday morning, he'd pick up the New York Times and the Washington Post, and there would be nothing in the papers except his press conference. This was an idea that came to him from Jack Valenti. Reedy believed that few Americans did more than gloss over the Sunday morning paper. They were too preoccupied with church, family leisure time, and children's sporting activities to deliberate over political affairs. He also fielded recurring complaints from editors and publishers about the logistical complications of amending their Sunday editions on short notice. A press conference like that would cost the New York Times around $600,000, he fumed. From a mechanical standpoint, newspapers are really not geared to handle a large influx of unexpected news for the Sunday morning paper. About 85% of the Sunday paper is printed on Thursday. Reedy was not above the occasional gimmick. He once arranged a news conference on the South Lawn to which the children of the press corps were invited. After his question and answer session, Johnson jubilantly posed for photographs with the daughters and sons of his jousting partners. The reporters greatly appreciated the gesture, but he felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Reedy rarely got a respite from the demands of his job, Roberts wrote. He was at the beck and call of the president, who insisted that he install a news ticker in his office bathroom lest he skip a beat, on the one hand, and a press corps that grew increasingly skeptical of the administration's credibility on the other. In the immediate wake of his landslide victory against Barry Goldwater, Alan Oughton of the Wall Street Journal reported that LBJ's relationship with the press had reached its nadir. Mr. Johnson does not enjoy great personal affection or respect from many editors and Washington correspondents, the paper concluded. Many resent his vanity, his corniness, the tendency of the president and his aides to slant or even twist facts. During the fall campaign, most political reporters muted their dislike for LBJ out of genuine fear of a Goldwater victory. With that threat now removed, it's likely that large parts of the press will now flip-flop and become highly critical of Mr. Johnson. In a portent of what was to come, Oughton noted that, however unsuccessful Goldwater proved at the ballot box, he succeeded in sowing considerable doubt about LBJ's trustworthiness and personal credibility, doubt that would follow him throughout the duration of his presidency. Merriman Smith of UPI agreed, observing in mid-1965 that Johnson, who enjoyed a longer political honeymoon than most chief executives, is now experiencing these slings and arrows of outrageous criticism that invariably go with high office. His quirky personality traits, which reporters initially regarded as the colorful folkways of a larger-than-life Southwestern politician, now seemed unbefitting the most powerful man in the country. Particularly loathsome to some members of the political press was Johnson's addiction to raw polling data, a tendency that, in the opinion of one reporter, made him seem like a man goaded by an insatiable need for public acclaim. The charge was essentially fair, a fact that did not make Reedy's job easier. Given the abundance of former newspaper reporters, editors, sometimes speechwriters, and image makers on the president's staff, there was no shortage of public relations counsel. Early in his White House tenure, Busbee encouraged LBJ to exude a more relaxed demeanor and a willingness to smile at questions. Visible good humor is especially desirable in responding to the usual iffy questions about politics. He also looked with disfavor upon Reedy's practice of providing friendly columnists with the first bite at newsworthy information. Such columnists, by definition, would inevitably place the information in a favorable light, while the younger front-page byline reporters resent favored status of such highly paid columnists and tend to regard most of them as non-critical apologists. Instead, the White House should cultivate their favor by conducting more regular background briefings that provided the administration's line on breaking news. Such practice would inevitably reduce the press secretary's role in controlling the flow of information and empower the senior special assistants to speak more freely with the media. A year later, Buzz, who with Johnson's knowledge, and quite possibly encouragement, often circumvented Reedy to gauge the outlook and disposition of the White House press corps, warned that the newsmen almost universally feel that these are worrisome times and offer as supporting evidence what they describe as the president's withdrawal, a combination of fewer public appearances, less visible ebullience, and uncharacteristic, subdued appearances, left the journalists with a critical outlook on the president's leadership. Valenti believed that television offered the president an opportunity to circumvent the opinion makers and communicate directly with the American people. He also understood that his principal was ill at ease with the medium. You know the old cliché, but it was true. he later acknowledged. In a small room with 100 people, or 10 people, Johnson was magnificent, the most persuasive man I have ever met. But when he went before television, something happened. He became kind of stiff and foreboding. He encouraged LBJ to forego his teleprompter and consulted several Hollywood producers to solicit their advice about how best to add production value to the president's broadcast appearances. The initiative went nowhere. Johnson also rejected an offer by Fred Friendly, the president of CBS News, to produce a year-end television special for distribution on all 3 major networks, despite the assurances of one senior aide that Friendly was the best in the business and has a proper sense of respect for the presidency. Increasingly, the president came across in media reports as a slippery character, his words calculated for maximum effect, his appearances overly staged and intended to manipulate public opinion, his lofty speeches unconvincing. By early 1965, to repair his public image, Johnson would need to think anew about his relationship with the Washington, D.C. press corps, and that process in turn would necessitate a change in personnel. Harry McPherson, who served alongside Reedy on LBJ's Senate staff and later joined the White House as chief counsel to the president, sized up his colleague as hopelessly out of step with the vigor and bold experimentation that the Great Society hoped to project. He was an old UPI fellow from Chicago, McPherson coldly explained. He had a lot of liberalism in him, but not of the radical kind. He was just not the guy to be the spokesman. For all the complaints that people have made about Moyers, self-serving, serving himself as against Johnson, and all the rest of it, he was a far better proclaimer of the Great Society message, far more in tune with that kind of politics than George would have been. In July, the White House announced that Moyers would replace Reedy in the role of press secretary. The official explanation for the switch was that Reedy required surgery to correct his chronic hammer toe, a condition that often left him in debilitating pain and unable on some days to walk. That much was true. The outgoing press secretary would remain a special assistant to the president without portfolio. Within the corridors of power, it was widely assumed that Moyers had sidelined Reedy and added the press office to his already swelling portfolio of responsibilities. Reedy would inculpate his colleague for playing a perpetual game of court politics. When later asked whether he thought the young theologian was just specifically out for your job, Reedy replied without hesitation, "No, he was out to be the #1 man," and succeeded. Publicly, the White House maintained that Moyers had been reluctant to accept the job, a posture that Reedy and others dismissed as pure fiction. On his first day in the role, reported the Los Angeles Times, the youthful Moyers, just 31 years old and now entrusted with a broad mandate that included domestic policy, White House administration, and the press office, showed his virtuosity by easily fielding questions and reeling off facts so fast that only shorthand reporters could follow him. At once earnest and urbane, he charmed a press corps that, in the main, felt warmly toward George Reedy, but viewed Moyers as a more contemporary fit for the role. Moyers was on the rise. Reedy was out of the press office in any event. Califano was in, and so was Harry McPherson, a 35-year-old attorney whom Bill Moyers lured from his post as Assistant Secretary of State for Educational and Cultural Affairs. A tall, handsome, and personable man, by Charles Roberts' description, McPherson was a native of Tyler, an East Texas town not far from Marshall, where Moyers grew up. Though the local economy relied principally on oil and livestock, Tyler hosted a vibrant junior college and the East Texas Symphony Orchestra. Harry, whose father worked in advertising and whose mother was an aspiring novelist, grew up in a home rich with culture and art. Unlike other LBJ protégés, he bypassed the University of Texas at Austin, training ground for generations of the state's business and political leaders, preferring instead to attend the University of the South at Sewanee, Tennessee, still celebrated as the center of the Southern agrarian literary movement that had captured the national imagination briefly in the 1930s. McPherson aspired to become a poet. After completing his undergraduate degree in 1949, he relocated to New York and began a graduate program in literature at Columbia University. The Korean War changed his plans. Harry enlisted in the Air Force and served for 3 years as an intelligence officer in Wiesbaden, Germany, where he assessed Soviet troop deployments. Still intending to pursue a life of letters, he was stunned when in 1953 Roy Cohn and G. David Schein, Senate staff members in the employ of Joseph McCarthy, visited his base while on a whirlwind inspection tour of American military installments in search of communists, or at least communist books, in libraries maintained by the U.S. Information Agency. Maybe my sense of history was bad, McPherson would later remark, but McCarthy and his witch hunting looked to me like a real threat to liberty. I saw us going into a sort of McCarthy era, where everyone's rights would be in danger. I decided then that I wanted to be a lawyer. After his discharge, Harry attended law school at the University of Texas, where he graduated a quick-minded, agreeable young man with soft good looks, strong ties to the Episcopal Church, and a questing way of talking about social consciousness, Eric Goldman wrote. He authored 2 plays, Ground Zero and Missing Person. Staged in an Episcopal church and filled with social significance, and had not entertained a career in politics. But when a relative on Johnson's Senate staff informed him that the Senate Democratic Policy Committee, the legislative arm of the leadership office, was in need of an assistant counsel, he jumped at the opportunity. Though a year earlier McPherson and his wife had fired off a hostile telegram to Johnson, sternly disapproving of his rhetorical support for the right-wing China lobby, he had never met LBJ, who was then the Senate Minority Leader. Liberal in outlook, McPherson did not regard LBJ as a bomb-throwing ally, but at the same time there was a good deal of respect for him and considerable feeling that he might be an instrument of good once you put that phrase in quotes. And given Texas politics, he was certainly the most progressive senior public official on the scene. He would spend 6 years learning political craft from LBJ, first as assistant counsel and later as counsel to the Policy Committee. Early in the Kennedy administration, McPherson served a tour at the Pentagon as Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, where he became one of McNamara's bright young men, and later at the Department of State. By virtue of his apprenticeship at LBJ's side, by his early 30s, he was world-wise, if not world-weary, well acquainted with and known by the nation's most senior lawmakers and administration officials, and skilled at the craft of legislative draftsmanship and government and administration. McPherson was in Japan on State Department business when a military aide phoned him at 5:30 a.m. Tokyo time to inform him that John Kennedy had been assassinated. You know, to wake up, to come out of a deep sleep in a part of the world with which you're very unfamiliar, where your bearings are quite foreign to you, and to hear that kind of hallucinatory statement boggles the mind, he later remembered. Arriving in Washington on Saturday evening, he caught a few hours of sleep and proceeded the next morning, as he did every Sunday, to attend services at St. Mark's Episcopal Church on Capitol Hill. Unbeknownst to him, the Johnsons chose to worship there as well that morning. Lady Bird was fond of both the minister and the congregation. The place was swarming with Secret Service agents, McPherson remembered. God, there must have been 20 in the church, and there were cops on the top of the Library of Congress annex with rifles, and a massive crowd outdoors. After the service, the Reverend Bill Baxter, preached a hell of a sermon titled simply America. The Johnsons surprised the congregants by joining them in the parish hall for coffee. The Secret Service was going crazy, but LBJ and Lady Bird took strength from the moment, as did the churchgoers. It was very comforting to him, quite obviously, to shake hands. Very plain people, old women and kids and everybody just going up and taking his hand. And a lot of people crying and holding his arm. It was immensely strengthening. After some time, the president and his one-time aide stole off to a quiet corner of the room and stood toe-to-toe for a long time, and we just talked very quietly about what he was doing. At LBJ's behest, McPherson walked him to his motorcade, when suddenly, and without warning, a Secret Service agent brought a heel down on his foot and delivered a sharp elbow blow to his stomach, as two other agents hustled the president away. There would be no repeat of Dallas. As the president's entourage sped away, Harry returned to the vestry, where a fellow congregant informed him that Lee Harvey Oswald had been shot. At the White House, McPherson owned a broad portfolio of responsibilities, though nominally he would serve as assistant counsel and later as counsel to the president. Though he had known LBJ for many years and owed his personal career advancement to the president, like many other young men who had been part of the new frontier, even McPherson felt a melancholy sense of loss upon first entering the Oval Office as a staff member. In 1965, one could still feel John Kennedy's presence in the White House, he later wrote. I walked out of the mansion one cold, starry night, headed for my office in the West Wing, and imagined I saw that little figure standing in the Oval Office, his back to the window. But it was only an aide. Rounding out the new senior staff were Marvin Watson and Douglas Cater, two individuals vastly different in background and temperament. A native of Montgomery, Cater was the son of an Alabama state legislator, but early in life left the South behind to attend first boarding school at Exeter and then college at Harvard, where he interrupted his undergraduate studies during World War II to serve as a Russian specialist with the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the post-war Central Intelligence Agency. After returning to Harvard, where he completed a graduate degree in public administration, Cater served as the Washington editor of The Reporter, a nationally influential magazine of news and opinion, and oversaw the outlet's searing coverage of Joseph McCarthy and full-throated advocacy of black civil rights. Time and again, he took leaves of absence from the magazine to author several books on national politics, or to serve as a consultant to various government agencies, including a tour as special assistant to the Secretary of the Army. He was on sabbatical, serving as a visiting scholar at the Center for Advanced Studies at Wesleyan University in the spring of 1964, when Bill Moyers summoned him to the White House for a meeting. At the time, he was 40 years old. Cater had known LBJ for almost 10 years, though by his own admission, he was never an intimate. He arrived at the White House expecting simply to lunch with Moyers, but instead found himself paddling around in the pool with LBJ, Valenti, and Moyers, all in the buff, and discussing the president's declaration of a war on poverty. It was exceedingly hot water, he told an interviewer some years later, and it caused me almost to fall asleep at lunch because it was so soporific. He had little inkling that his visit was something approximating a job interview. Weeks later, he again flew to the Capitol at Moyers' request, where he was offered the post of special assistant to the president, with a vague and nondescript portfolio. At first, he concentrated on campaign work, drafting stump speeches and compiling an anthology of LBJ's most notable addresses for release in the fall. He soon emerged as the administration's point man on health and education. a mandate that would assume outsized importance after 1965, and that would also create repeated overlap with Califano's growing empire. He was a tall man with a thatch of bushy hair and a slow southern drawl, a newspaper man observed. Cater puffs meditatively on a cigar, paces around his office, or props his feet on his desk as he talks, occasionally twirling in his big swivel chair. He speaks with a good deal of reserve, evidently cherishing his status as one of the White House's backroom boys. Eric Goldman remembered him as equipped with a well-stocked mind and readily adaptable to the main chance. Cater was one of the few figures of the American intellectual or quasi-intellectual world who seemed ready to be a thoroughgoing LBJ man. The warm sentiment was not mutual. In a private oral history conducted after Johnson left office, Cater identified the Princeton historian as one of the few prima donnas in an otherwise mainly harmonious staff. Cater, McPherson, and Califano became LBJ's unofficial emissaries to the nation's universities and think tanks, and populated the administration's task forces with some of the country's sharpest minds, exceeding the Kennedy White House by a mile in its engagement of public intellectuals. Operating first out of a palatial suite in the Executive Office Building, and later from a basement office in the West Wing, Cater served as the chief liaison between the White House and the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, the cabinet-level colossus responsible for implementing key Great Society programs. A Southern liberal, Cater was genuinely committed to civil rights and used his administrative authority over federal education and health care funds to effect a thoroughgoing desegregation of schools, hospitals, and universities. Both a scholar and a pragmatist, he believed, as did most historians and political scientists of his generation, that the lessons of the Reconstruction era counseled both moral certitude and flexibility. It was a failure of men and institutions that led the U.S. government into constitutional crisis, he counseled the president. Equally tragic, war freed the slave, but failed to set conditions by which he could become a free man. In his dealings with local and state authorities, Cater wielded both carrot and stick with equal conviction. Cater's function in the White House was important, but also contingent, McPherson noted. You have the power to speak for the president so long as the president gives it to you, so long as your water is not cut off, and you speak as the president, and you bring a presidential perspective to bear on the problems of various departments. LBJ never did cut off Cater's water, and in his 4.5 years on staff, the one-time editor and professor would play a leading role in expanding the American welfare state. At the time of his appointment to the White House staff in 1965, Marvin Watson was a 40-year-old steel company executive, a dark green-eyed, squarely built 180-pounder, as Charles Roberts remembered him. A conservative Texan, he had worked on LBJ's presidential campaign in 1960, and then stepped in 4 years later to run logistics at the 1964 convention. As Valenti increasingly assumed a larger portfolio of responsibilities, LBJ invited Watson to assume the role of appointments secretary, installing him in an office adjacent to his private study. Marvin is a hard-nosed, hard-shell, non-drinking, no-nonsense Baptist, a Johnson aide said. He's all business, and he gets things done. He is not afraid to make decisions, where some people around here are afraid to go to the bathroom without asking the president. The only frippery that Watson indulged, said a fellow aide, was attire. He was a natty dresser, given to hand-tailored seersucker suits, color-checked shirts, flashing gold cufflinks, and a jewel-flecked triangular watch. Two qualities set Watson apart: his politics, which were out of step with the liberal spirit that pervaded Johnson's White House, and his personality, at once gruff and provincial. Watson is a conservative in every sense of the word, a friend observed. But, as a reporter noted, as a man whose office is closest to the president's, he has been required to speak for the most liberal pieces of the Great Society legislative program, an agenda that included the repeal of right-to-work provisions in the Taft-Hartley Act, which Watson supported, and the adoption of rent subsidies for the poor, which he opposed. As keeper of the gate, Watson brandished his power with far greater gusto and less discretion than Valenti, who attempted to preserve LBJ's access to a wide variety of ideas and voices. Busby, who had no great love for his new colleague, would later refer disdainfully to the totalitarian days of Marvin Watson, when, as another insider noted, one could not so much as buy a postal stamp without getting his okay. Francis Keppel, the erudite former dean of Harvard's Graduate School of Education, who served from 1962 to 1965 as the Commissioner of Education, held most of Johnson's staff in high regard, but not Watson. Cater, Califano, Moyers, O'Brien. They were excellent. It was just that glup Watson I didn't like. McPherson described Watson as a tremendously industrious person, totally loyal to the president, a literalist, who had to learn the hard way that the president doesn't always mean exactly what he says. That literalism, an inability to discern between what the president said and the outcome that he wanted, in addition to his provincialism, caused Watson trouble in his early days at the White House. It was not so much a Texas provincialism, McPherson qualified, as a limitation in understanding of tides in American history. Tasked with reading the FBI files of prospective administration officials, Watson knew too little about the ways of Washington to regard J. Edgar Hoover and his organization with an appropriately skeptical eye. The FBI reports are a disaster, McPherson categorically declared, and Watson read them as gospel. We had some real battles over particular appointments. Watson resented the influence that McPherson and Joseph Califano exerted on LBJ. He felt that the president should not be going as swiftly and as vigorously toward the left as he was going. McPherson, in turn, sized up his fellow Texan as conservative, though by no means a Bircher or that sort. Someone who was educable and liberalized his views about a lot of things since joining LBJ's staff. But essentially, Marvin is an organization man, a man of tremendous personal loyalty. Valenti, who turned over the quotidian functions of his job to Watson, but retained higher-level input into LBJ's schedule, argued that his colleague was not abrasive. Marvin was tough. Marvin was able, competent. This assessment was kind. Though loyal to the president and hard-working in the extreme, Watson was generally unsympathetic to the Great Society and played little role in conceiving or executing its component parts. He was an enforcer of discipline in the West Wing, important in his own right, but never particularly critical to domestic policy discussions. Loyalty to LBJ did not ensure camaraderie or uniformity of thought. By 1965, according to Goldman, Cater, Califano, Goodwin, and McPherson moved principally in Moyer's orbit, which was to say on the outer left edges of the Great Society. Valenti and Watson worked in uneasy relationship to each other and both to Moyers. Busby and Reedy were off by themselves, sometimes functioning together, mostly singly. Factions and rivalries inevitably emerged, and while some were driven by ideology, others, particularly the toxic relationship between Reedy and Moyers, owed to the contest between so many aides over a finite amount of power. Such antipathies were inescapable, Valenti thought. In a place where you're sitting amid power and the celebration of power, you're going to have bruised egos. You're going to have a kind of Machiavellian jostling and crawling and pushing and vaulting. Practically all of these fellows who work in the White House are men of some ego, and they are all looking for ways to enhance their own reputations as well as their power. Califano, who promptly established himself as the administration's domestic policy czar, was particularly adept at the game. Nothing in Joe Califano's original writ over here gave him the authority to do what he has subsequently come to do, McPherson noted with admiration. He's an extremely capable and aggressive guy who has taken the responsibility. When Daniel Patrick Moynihan once asked him how one obtains power in the White House, Califano replied nonchalantly, "You take it. There are vacuums everywhere, and if you do it, if you take it and seize it and run with it, it's yours, and you develop a certain right of adverse possession to responsibility." Doug Cater found himself occasionally struggling to protect his remit. More interested in advancing policy than accruing power, he took the position that, as long as I was kept informed so that I wasn't ignorant of what was going on, I was perfectly content to let Califano and his staff members work on specific policy issues with HEW staff. If I had been sensitive that any time anybody else spoke to HEW, they were stepping in my territory, it could have caused a problem. When Valenti surmised that every White House operated with an interplay of egos and clashings of ambitions, all sort of like satellites circling the sun, his reference point for the bright star at the center of the solar system was, of course, Lyndon Johnson, an enormously complicated individual whose relationship with his staff members was a study in contradiction. To serve LBJ as a special assistant to the president came with perks, a salary of $28,500, equivalent in 2016 to over $215,000, far in excess of the top salaries that latter-day White House aides earned. Chauffeured town cars to shuttle them to and from work or about town. Frequent use of Air Force planes to traverse continents or simply hop to a nearby city for a brief meeting, and privileged status in elite social circles in Washington, D.C. and beyond. But, a newspaper informed readers, he works you like a dog. He does not tolerate mistakes. He inspires fear and trepidation. He has a hair-trigger temper. Unlike Kennedy's staff, those in Johnson's employ were treated like a member of the family, like a nephew, a niece, or a brother. He is demanding, but that can bring out the best in a person. But along with the prestige of having a PL installed in one's home, the famous private line that only Moyers, Valenti, Busby, Watson, and McGeorge Bundy, the National Security Advisor, could boast, came the understanding that the president would use it at all hours. The human toll was considerable. Bill Moyers developed an ulcer from the stress, the president would inform visitors with satisfaction. Implicit in his pride was the understanding that Moyers would work through the pain. Johnson's dislike of staff structure and organization. "The president isn't a flowchart man," explained one staff member. "We do what he tells us, never mind the rank and titles," was not dissimilar to the management style practiced by his idol, Franklin Roosevelt. Like Valenti, Busby was a general utility player and became increasingly involved in foreign policy matters as 1965 gave way to 1966. McPherson was technically the top lawyer at the White House, but also conferred with LBJ on Vietnam. The Boston Globe once proposed a movie script about the Johnson presidency, in which Valenti played the part of the image maker, Busby, the licensed rhetorician in residence, and Moyers, the auxiliary social conscience. In truth, each staff member was expected to wear multiple hats. Jim Rowe sized up Johnson as an overpowering man, a hard man to argue against face to face. Without really wanting to do it, he intimidated his staff a little too much, just with the force of his personality. When he wanted information, he was the best listener I've ever run into. When he didn't want information, if I am trying to sell him something that does not interest him, I might as well be talking to a wall. Contrary to Johnson's famed vulgarity, Cater did not think that the president's humor or his anecdotes were that much different in their crudeness from that of most men who are anecdotalists. He could tell a lusty story on occasion. He was not all that given to four-letter words. If a four-letter word fitted naturally into a story, he would use it, but he did not adorn them with four-letter words. Not everyone agreed. Once, when the White House received sustained critical coverage from a female member of the press corps, LBJ informed Harry McPherson that what that woman needs is you. Take her out. Give her a good dinner and a good fuck. According to Califano's memory of the incident, McPherson sighed, shrugged, and continued with his conversation, but the president continued for weeks to hector him on the matter. Weeks later, Johnson told a group of senators acquainted with McPherson from his service on the Policy Committee staff that Harry was a fine young man, but I'm a little concerned about his family. You know, Harry's been taking out this bitch reporter and screwing her, and I worry about his wife and children. Not dissimilarly, when James Gaither, a rising star on Califano's staff, informed the president that he was facing opposition on a particular matter from Edith Green, the formidable chairwoman of a key House subcommittee on education, LBJ instructed Califano to have him take her out, give her a couple of Bloody Marys, and spend the afternoon in bed with her, and she'll support any goddamn bill he wants. Now, if he wants to help his president, that's what he should do, instead of writing these whiny memos every night. LBJ was testing his staff. As Cater noted, it was less Johnson's boorishness that placed him in a category of one. After all, John Kennedy, for all his polish, had treated women with nearly unparalleled disrespect, than his single-minded expectation that staff members submit fully in mind, body, and spirit to his indomitable will. He had no interests outside politics. He did not read books. He played no sport. What he did was work, 18 hours each day, unceasingly, and he expected his aides to be as wholly consumed by the art of politics as was he. Charles Schultz, who succeeded Kermit Gordon as budget director, recalled that LBJ relaxed in ways that would tire me. On the ranch, he drove his guests at frenetic speeds and talked politics. On the presidential yacht, the Sequoia, he cornered captive friends, staff members, and congressmen and talked politics. It isn't that Johnson abuses people, a holdover from the Kennedy administration told Teddy White. He simply dehydrates them. Much of the pressure was self-directed. An anonymous presidential assistant told the New York Times that there is no real privacy in this job, and the demands are constant. All you have to do is go to dinner with the wrong person, or have a drink with the wrong person, or check the wrong box, or write the wrong memo, and the president is in trouble. I could land him in boiling water 10 times a day. By mid-1965, Washington columnists and opinion makers began to worry openly that Johnson might drive his closest aides to nervous breakdowns, much as they believed he had ruined Walter Jenkins. But for those closest to the president, it turned into their finest, most productive 2 years, a space of 24 months that left a lasting mark on American history and society. Chapter 7. Completing the Fair Deal. Since the 1930s, federal aid to primary and secondary education had been a foundational aspiration of American liberals. It was shocking, Harry Truman told Congress in 1949, that millions of our children are not receiving a good education. Millions of them are in overcrowded, obsolete buildings. We are short of teachers because teachers' salaries are too low to attract new teachers or to hold the ones we have. Truman requested direct federal appropriations to assist local schools in upgrading their facilities and paying their teachers, and proposed that the various government agencies responsible for administering federal health, education, and welfare programs be accorded cabinet-level status. Congress did agree to consolidate existing agencies under the new cabinet-level Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in 1953. But in the absence of a more sweeping mandate, the tiny and moribund Office of Education, which fell under HEW, remained a stodgy resting place for government bureaucrats with no appreciable connection to presidential power or authority. As had been the case for most of the nation's history, state and local governments bore the primary responsibility for funding and administering elementary and secondary schools, resulting in vast disparities between wealthy and poor districts, segregated and non-segregated jurisdictions, and rural and urban areas. As the baby boom generation swelled America's schools, creating massive teacher and classroom shortages, efforts to pass a bill providing for federal aid to local education stalled repeatedly. Some Republicans supported the idea, including the conservative Senator Robert Taft and President Dwight Eisenhower. "We have helped the states build highways and local farm-to-market roads," the former general offered. "We have provided federal funds to help the states build hospitals and mental institutions. Why not classrooms?" But most GOP leaders agreed with Barry Goldwater that if the camel once gets his nose in the tent, his body will soon follow. The moment that local government became reliant on Washington, supervision and ultimately control of education would fall into the hands of federal authorities. The House Minority Leader, Gerald Ford, warned of federalized schools, textbooks, and teachers, federalized libraries, laboratories, auditoriums, and theaters, while even Richard Nixon, a relative moderate, predicted in 1960 that when the federal government gets the power to pay teachers, inevitably, in my opinion, it will acquire the power to set standards and to tell the teachers what to teach. In addition to conservative opposition, efforts to secure federal funding for K-12 education met with the pointed resistance of Catholic political and religious leaders, who insisted that any aid bill include the vast network of diocesan and parish schools that the Church had meticulously constructed and nurtured over the better part of a century. In the early post-war era, many white ethnic communities remained tightly bound and organized around a sweeping array of separate institutions: youth clubs, sports teams, fraternal organizations, newspapers, that all led back to the neighborhood church. Primary and secondary schools, which educated 5 million Catholic children each year, formed a mainstay of this religious network. Catholic Democrats were disinclined to support legislation that might create wider disparities in classroom funding and teacher salaries than already existed between parochial and public institutions. For their part, liberal Protestants steadfastly agreed with the National Council of Churches that it was neither just nor lawful that public funds should be assigned to support the elementary or secondary schools of any church. The religious question constituted a major impediment to progress. Finally, the issue of race proved a stumbling block for advocates of federal aid. Whenever the issue of aid to education came to the House floor, liberals of both parties routinely supported efforts by Adam Clayton Powell, a black clergyman and lawmaker from Harlem, to bar funds to school districts that were out of compliance with the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education. Without the amendment, liberals could not vote for the broader legislation. With it, Southerners would not support it. Liberals persisted in their argument that the country was in dire need of additional education funding. In any given year, American school children suffered a shortage of 304,000 classrooms. Many schools in poor areas lacked gymnasiums, lunchrooms, or libraries. To double up on space, administrators shifted 5th and 6th graders into middle schools and ran double-shift days. In Kentucky, over half of all pupils attended overcrowded classes, many with more than 60 children per room, and, according to the state superintendent of instruction, over 40% of facilities were outmoded or unfit or should be abandoned. Unsurprisingly, student achievement reflected these broad disparities in resources and facilities. In 1960, the high school completion rate for young adults in the wealthiest 5 states and 5 poorest states in the country differed by 20 percentage points. For African Americans, who were substantially less likely than their white peers to finish secondary school, the disparity between residents of wealthy and poor states was 27%. It was precisely this fundamental opportunity deficit that enabled LBJ and his administration to slice through the Gordian knot that was federal education policy. In the wake of his sweeping victory over Barry Goldwater, LBJ intended to use the Democratic Party's commanding majorities in Congress to break the dam that had for decades stalled the expansion of the welfare state. Resolving the impasse over education funding, a seemingly unending stalemate to which there was no obvious answer, took priority. In December, LBJ, a consummate pragmatist who was more intent on reaching a deal than preserving a barrier between church and state, asked Doug Cater why the administration could not simply allocate funds to non-public schools in equal proportion to the percentage of children they educated. The idea was a non-starter, his aide replied. Catholic schools had seen enrollment growth of 129% in the prior decade, resulting in pupil-teacher ratios that were far out of balance when compared with public institutions. Any aid package that subsidized this growth would draw liberal opposition. Federal policy should be to improve the excellence of education for all children, Cater insisted. But it should not encourage continued growth of the parochial school system at a faster rate than the public system. Yet, behind closed doors, there appeared for the first time in many years to be room for compromise. Meeting with a dozen Catholic monsignors in December, administration officials learned that, given the Supreme Court's increasingly liberal disposition, the Church was not eager to force a judicial case that might definitively close the door on broad categorical aid to parochial schools. Legislation that went too far in funding religious schools would surely trigger such a legal test. The clerics assured Francis Keppel, the Commissioner of Education, that they would treat federal aid as supplemental rather than as an offset for their current education budgets. It finally appeared that a reasonable compromise might be in sight. Meeting earlier that month with John Hay Whitney, newspaper publisher, diplomat, and scion of a wealthy Republican family, his grandfather had served as Abraham Lincoln's private secretary, and later as Secretary of State under William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt, the president explained that he was eager to reach an accommodation on the church-state dispute, given the increasingly charged debate over school desegregation. In fact, enactment of the Civil Rights Act was a blessing as well as a curse to the cause of education reform. While it would soon enmesh thousands of school districts in contentious negotiations with the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and in federal court cases, it removed a hot-button issue from debate. Liberals in Congress would no longer insist on the poison pill that was the Powell Amendment, because it was no longer necessary. The new civil rights law already stipulated that segregated institutions were ineligible for federal aid. As late as 1962, William V. Shannon of the New York Post wrote that religious and philosophical antagonisms engendered by school questions are so bitter that a solution through normal methods is no longer possible. Now, the door seemed to budge, if just a crack. Johnson's war on poverty would provide the wedge to jar it wide open. On December 1st, Keppel proposed shifting the formula from general aid to categorical aid. Rather than disperse funds to schools, the government could use the schools as pass-through agents for the disbursement of resources to economically disadvantaged children, whether they attended public, private, or parochial institutions. The great majority of all school districts in the nation would receive payments under the proposal, the commissioner advised, making the new formula politically difficult to resist. The idea was not new. Congressman John Dent, a Pennsylvania Democrat who helped steer the administration's anti-poverty bill through the House in 1964, believed that the same allocation formula applied to community action programs might work for elementary and secondary education. The federal government could calculate the number of poor children in a particular area and disperse funds proportionally according to need. Senator Wayne Morse, a liberal Democrat from Oregon, had already suggested such an idea. In later years, Johnson's aides would disagree about the provenance of the formula. Wilbur Cohen, a veteran civil servant of the New Deal era, who played a leading role in shepherding Johnson's education and health care agenda through Congress, was certain that the proposal was his. Keppel recalled differently. The NEA, National Education Association, thinks they thought it up, and the Catholics think they thought it up, and I think I thought it up. I don't know. It just got put together. Regardless of who originated the idea, the president quickly approved it. For one, it was consistent with his long-standing core belief that education was a key to unlocking opportunity. It was both strategically and tactically convenient, inasmuch as it aligned a perennial liberal aspiration, aid to primary and secondary education, with the guiding principles of the Great Society, and circumvented the religious question by associating money with students rather than schools. In addition, the formula appealed to LBJ's pragmatism. The president understood that he would enjoy just one crack at the problem. Keppel and Cohen were waiting in the fish room in January 1965 when the president bounded in, looking cheerful as he can be, the commissioner remembered. Johnson surveyed the room and abruptly turned the mood. "Look," he implored, "we've got to do this in a hurry. We've got in with this majority of 16 million votes in the Congress. It doesn't make any difference what we do. We're going to lose them at a rate of about 1 million a month." Urging both men to expedite legislative action on education and health care, the president turned around with that characteristic gesture, Keppel would recall, and said, "I want to see a whole bunch of coonskins on the wall." In its final form, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA, broke the long-standing impasse by providing compensatory education dollars to each state based on the number of children in households earning less than $2,000 annually. Title I provided aid to public schools to support supplemental programs that would benefit poor students, including those who attended private institutions. Title II funded textbooks and libraries in public and private schools alike. Title III underwrote supplemental programs in music, science, remedial skills, and physical education for poor children. Ultimately, less than 13% of funds supported private school students, enough to mollify the Roman Catholic Church, but wrapped in the war on poverty in such a way as to make the scheme palatable to liberal Protestants. Critics would later dismiss the ESEA as a convoluted effort to fund education by making it an anti-poverty program. The problem, they claimed, was that by traveling so circuitous a route to political compromise, the administration neither attacked poverty nor improved educational outcomes. In this assessment, alleviating poverty required lifting incomes through cash transfer programs, and improving education outcomes demanded a less targeted, more holistic approach to spending. Many low-performing students were not, in fact, poor, while in many districts, local officials simply used Title I funds to offset or supplement regular budgetary expenses, thus obviating the intent of Congress to target programming to economically disadvantaged youth. Because the funding formula left states with broad discretion as to how and where they allocated funds, by 1977, according to one study, almost two-thirds of students benefiting from the program were not poor, and over half were not low achievers. The administration viewed matters differently. At the time, Keppel spoke for the president as well as for most administration officials when he argued that income correlates highly with the number of years of schooling completed. He sincerely believed, as did most of the Great Society's architects, that additional funds could interrupt the cycle of poverty where we have a fighting chance. Only in later years did policymakers focus on a multiplicity of cultural phenomena, including the disintegration of two-family households and structural economic conditions, like stagflation and the decline of manufacturing and organized labor that contributed in outsized proportions to poverty's growth and sustenance. At the time of the bill's passage, it was still an article of liberal faith that more education funding generated better educational outcomes, and that better educational outcomes would lift children out of poverty. The very logic behind this thinking lay at the heart of opportunity theory. Moreover, if liberals sincerely believed that broader access to education would help poor children break the cycle of poverty, they also believed that the federal government had an obligation to shoulder a portion of the nation's primary and secondary education burden. If tying aid to the number of poor children in a particular state or district was the mechanism by which to achieve this goal, then it was a method worth embracing. As one congressman later acknowledged, in 1965, the issue was not good education policy versus bad. The question Congress had to settle in 1965 was whether there was ever going to be federal aid to the elementary and secondary schools of this nation. The 1965 bill, in all candor, does not make much sense educationally, but it makes a hell of a lot of sense legally, politically, and constitutionally. This was a battle of principle, not substance, and that is the main reason I voted for it. In big cities especially, federal assistance proved critical, and officials could make the case that even offsets of ordinary course expenditures benefited poor children. As Benjamin Willis, the superintendent of schools in Chicago, explained to Congress, urban centers had in recent years attracted large families from the rural South, white and black alike, who have little education and limited vocational skills. Their children require specialized programs of education if they are to overcome the disadvantages imposed upon them by their limited background. More so than small towns and suburbs, a large portion of the tax dollar in the great cities is required for non-school governmental services, including public transportation, police and sanitation, and public welfare. Willis might have added that few conservatives raised concerns when the federal government funded a sprawling interstate highway system that primarily benefited suburbanites. Site and construction costs are considerably higher in the large cities than in smaller communities. Metropolises like Chicago could spend more on educating disadvantaged youth if they had more money. Full stop. Between 1958 and 1968, federal spending on primary and secondary education rose from $375 million to $4.2 billion, or from less than 3% to over 10% of total education funding. As Johnson predicted, once institutionalized, it would likely grow. By 1985, the federal government's share of all K-12 school spending rose to 16%. The percentage provided by state governments rose from 41% to 55%, and the portion shouldered by local governments fell from 51% to 31%. Because many local and state governments rely heavily on regressive property and sales taxes, in many cases these swings shifted some of the burden for funding schools from working-class and poor families to middle-class and wealthy-income taxpayers. Furthermore, in the early 1970s, Congress plugged some of the loopholes in the program by imposing maintenance of effort requirements on states and localities. To continue receiving ESEA funds, local and state governments must set their own education budgets at a high fraction of the prior year's appropriation, thus ensuring that federal dollars were truly supplementary. As the federal government gradually imposed additional regulations and restrictions governing the allocation of Title I money, state authorities centralized and professionalized their education departments and school systems to ensure ease of compliance and the continued flow of federal dollars. Partly as a result of this steady evolution, the number of independent school districts in the United States, which stood at 150,000 at the beginning of the 20th century, fell to 15,000 by 1990. At the bill signing in Johnson City, Texas, at the small one-room schoolhouse he had attended as a child, LBJ believed deeply, "No law I have signed or will ever sign means more to the future of America." As a son of a tenant farmer, he told the nation, "I know that education is the only valid passport from poverty. As a former teacher, and I hope a future one, I have great expectations of what this law will mean for all of our young people." Much as conservatives once feared, and as liberals had long hoped, Washington, D.C. came to play a greatly expanded role in K-12 education. Even if federal education policy did not achieve the dramatic reduction in poverty that Great Society planners once prophesied, it did, as LBJ promised, put into the hands of our youth more than 30 million new books, and into many of our schools their first libraries, reduce the terrible time lag in bringing new teaching techniques into the nation's classrooms, and strengthen state and local agencies which bear the burden and the challenge of better education. ESEA contributed to a vast upgrade in facilities, teacher salaries, library access, and supplementary programming for economically disadvantaged young people, and later for broader categories. By those measures, it achieved much of what its framers set out to do. Charles Roberts, who covered the White House for Newsweek under both John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, observed that where President Kennedy used to use his staff against the bureaucracy, President Johnson puts greater store in the wisdom and experience of his cabinet officers and career government workers. Having risen politically during the New Deal era, when great power resided among hundreds of high-ranking departmental and agency leaders, LBJ understood the utility of governmental veterans who knew how to make programs work. Kennedy once told Roberts that, "When things are non-controversial, bureaucratically coordinated, and all the rest, it may be that there is not much going on." Johnson grasped the impossibility of the White House, with its relatively small staff, executing the Great Society's grandiose legislative agenda alone. This appreciation for agencies and bureaucrats knew some limits. LBJ expected the cabinet departments to do his bidding. Horace Busby, whose portfolio of responsibilities included serving as cabinet secretary, the White House official responsible for corralling members of the cabinet, earned plaudits for his success in giving the executive agencies a real seat at the table, as had not been the case in many years. "His choir-like directions of cabinet meetings," observed a reporter from the New York Times, "has turned them into precision affairs rather than rambling sessions." In later years, Califano was the administration's undisputed orchestrator of domestic policy. But in 1965 and early 1966, when LBJ's prize initiatives, the Education Act and Medicare, were on the verge of launching, Doug Cater was, as Harry McPherson would recall, the liaison man with the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, a sprawling and patchwork organization that comprised siloed fiefdoms: the Social Security Administration, SSA, the Office of Education, the Public Health Service, with little internal cohesion. In 1964, the Office of the Secretary of HEW totaled just 16 professionals. Of the department's roughly 83,000 employees, approximately 71,000 were functionaries in the Public Health Service and Social Security Administration. HEW was effectively a holding company for highly independent administrations and bureaus, a White House commission informed the president. While its program burdens are enormous, the department is grossly understaffed at the top. A reporter who covered the department argued that it was utterly ridiculous to be trying to run a $6 billion and $7 billion business with only a handful of people. Within HEW, no function was more inadequate to the task than the Office of Education, a small, hidebound outfit that was not well equipped to administer effectively its many new responsibilities, and that does not get strong support from the Secretary's office in solving its administrative problems, according to one observer. With roots in the late 19th century, the U.S. Office of Education employed a small army of professionals, most of them former public school teachers and principals, whose principal role was to compile data from state and local education officials and churn out arcane and generally uncontroversial studies about pedagogy. A government study found that its functionaries were dedicated to servicing local, state, and institutional policies rather than a national policy. So irrelevant was the office that when John Kennedy learned from news reports that his first Commissioner of Education had quit his post, he replied with exasperation, "What's all this about this fellow resigning as Commissioner of Education, apparently by way of Capitol Hill? What's going on? I never heard of the fellow." McGeorge Bundy, the president's national security advisor, replied coolly, "Mr. President, that's exactly the trouble. You never heard of the fellow." If Kennedy was indifferent to the workings of government bureaucracy, LBJ was not. With Califano's and Cater's support, Francis Keppel, who served as Commissioner of Education between 1962 and 1965, initiated a major overhaul of the office. An old agency, largely devoted to data gathering and operating in deference to state and professional groups, that would now bear the operational burden of ESEA. Though some advocates called for the establishment of a cabinet-level Department of Education, the Johnson administration was already in the process of creating the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Department of Transportation. There was no political will to create a third. Moreover, Keppel advised that if the White House elevated his office to cabinet level, conservatives would howl anew at the specter of federal control. In fact, he argued, there was so much convergence between the Great Society's education, health, and anti-poverty programs that it made sense to house them under one umbrella department, albeit with the radically overhauled Office of Education. Over the course of several months, he smashed a number of bureaucratic idols, and in the process alienated many people and organizations, especially state educational officials, who were invested in the status quo. The anguish can only be imagined. The ensuing, if temporary, administrative chaos was shattering. For days and weeks, people could not find each other's offices, sometimes not even their own. Telephone extensions connected appropriate parties only by coincidence. Those who could not live with the status loss resigned, and all of this came at a time of maximum workload. Under Keppel and his successor, the Office of Education underwent sweeping personnel changes. It would take another decade and a half before Congress unraveled HEW and created a cabinet-level Department of Education. But in that time, the Office of Education developed the operational know-how to oversee a growing budget. As successive Congresses grew the federal government's aid budget and established over 100 new buckets of categorical assistance, including grants for migrant children, students for whom English was a second language, delinquent children, and children with physical and mental disabilities. As Cater and Keppel anticipated, the administrative burden associated with managing these programs, issuing annual guidelines for individual programs, monitoring eligibility and compliance, negotiating with states and school districts to ensure proper maintenance of effort, and, most notably, compelling schools to integrate their student and faculty bodies, would demand a more muscular and activist staff. In the first year after the enactment of the administration's education programs, the office's personnel grew by an astonishing 50%. LBJ's White House advisors were attentive to the art of governance, and in ways that were often invisible to the public at large, built capabilities that would ensure the lasting success of the administration's domestic policy achievements. In so doing, they also oversaw rapid growth in the federal bureaucracy that would later open them to sharp criticism. As early as 1934, when Franklin Roosevelt's Committee on Economic Security first contemplated but ultimately rejected including health insurance in the original Social Security Act, liberals aspired to make access to affordable health care a fundamental right of citizenship. In the 1940s, Senator Robert Wagner and Congressman John Dingell Sr. and Reed Murray introduced legislation that would have established a national program for hospital and medical insurance. It went nowhere, as was also the case with Harry Truman's efforts after 1949 to achieve the same result. At every turn, powerful opposition from the American Medical Association, AMA, and its Republican supporters in Congress stymied progressive efforts. The AMA alone showered $1.5 million on lobbyists and public relations professionals to defeat Truman's program, a staggering sum in its day. In 1952, when the GOP platform roundly denounced federal compulsory health insurance with its crushing cost, wasteful inefficiency, bureaucratic dead weight, and debased standards of medical care, Dwight Eisenhower, the very model of moderation, scored Democrats who would foist socialized medicine on an unsuspecting public. There was little room for bipartisan compromise. It did not help the liberal argument that increasing numbers of working-class voters who might have been inclined to support national health care no longer needed it. After World War II, major employers began extending unprecedented benefits to workers, blue-collar and white-collar alike, including paid vacations, annual cost-of-living adjustments to wages, defined benefits pensions, and private health insurance. Liberal industrial unions endorsed this new model for labor management relations. During the Great Depression, the United Auto Workers had staged dramatic sit-down strikes and demanded shop floor democracy in the form of employee representation in management decisions. Now, reflecting the new reality of post-war prosperity, in 1950, the union signed a path-breaking contract with General Motors, dubbed the Treaty of Detroit, which offered controls against strikes in return for generous employee benefits. GM may have paid $1 billion for peace, wrote the sociologist Daniel Bell, then a columnist for Fortune, but it got a bargain. What many liberals once assumed government would need to do for its working-class citizens, private industry now offered on a contingent basis. By 1960, 100 million Americans enjoyed access to private health plans. While many Americans did not enjoy access to such perquisites, including most African Americans, Latinos, and women, most non-unionized workers, the unemployed, and children of uninsured adults, ardor cooled within organized labor on the subject of comprehensive health insurance. Instead, by the mid-1950s, Democrats turned their focus to a narrower subset of the population that, by definition, would not benefit from employer-based health programs: senior citizens, most of whom were no longer in the workforce. At a hearing in 1959, a retired blue-collar worker from Tampa told a Senate subcommittee that he and his wife got by on just $1,500 each year. "Well, we are old people, and we don't require much," he offered. "But I want to ask you, what do we do if we need medical care? I will have to seek some charity institution and submit to the humiliation of what they call a necessity, and pronounce to the whole world that I am only a pauper, a beggar." A 75-year-old woman from Boston shocked the panel with her tale of waiting in line like a lot of cattle at a charitable clinic because she and her husband could not afford to spend $7 to visit a private doctor. "We pay $1.75 or $2 for a ticket to get in," she complained. "Then they write out a prescription, $11 prescription. How in the world can I pay $11 for a prescription?" As a Senate aide to Lyndon Johnson, George Reedy had urged the majority leader to take up the cause of health care for the elderly. "The problem of aging amounts to a collective responsibility," he insisted. "America is no longer a nation of simple pioneer folk in which grandmother and grandfather can spend their declining years in a log cabin doing odd jobs and taking care of the grandchildren." Legislation providing hospital insurance for the elderly first surfaced in 1951 and bore the common sobriquet Medicare as early as 1950. The bill that John Kennedy first proposed would have updated the 1935 Social Security Act by establishing a contributory hospital insurance program for every recipient of old age, survivors, and disability insurance, OASDI, or what is commonly known as Social Security. Workers would pay an additional payroll tax and enjoy the benefit upon retirement. Even this stripped-down proposal drew the angry opposition of the nation's physicians. The AMA spent $50 million and hired 70 publicists and 23 full-time lobbyists to kill the legislation. Every member of the organization, which is to say most doctors in America, received a propaganda poster, "Socialized Medicine and You," intended for prominent display in their offices, as well as a supply of informational literature to place in the hands of patients. When the American Nurses Association broke with the physicians and endorsed the bill, individual members reported widespread, rather unethical pressure from their doctor employers. The AMA's campaign worked. Though Kennedy tried to appeal to the country's generous spirit, "I can't imagine anything worse to sap someone's self-reliance than to be sick, alone, broke," he declared. Like the rest of his domestic agenda, his Medicare bill died prematurely in Congress. Even in the aftermath of LBJ's landslide victory in 1964, when it became clear that the president would enjoy majorities sufficient to push Medicare through the House and the Senate, the AMA opted for vocal opposition rather than accept a seat at the drafting table. "We do not, by profession, compromise in matters of life and death," the organization's president announced, "nor can we compromise with honor and duty." But the die was cast. Through labyrinthine negotiations between Wilbur Cohen and Wilbur Mills, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, the final legislation combined three different concepts into one bill: Medicare Part A, which provided automatic hospital insurance for all recipients of OASDI. Under this section, seniors were entitled to 90 days of hospitalization per year per illness, with a $40 deductible to cover the first 60 days and $10 per each subsequent day of inpatient care. The hospital insurance was financed by an increase in Social Security taxes. Medicare Part B, originally a Republican alternative to the Kennedy-Johnson plan, provided voluntary medical insurance to cover physician visits for $3 each month. Americans over the age of 65, whether eligible for OASDI or not, could buy coverage, which the government further subsidized. Finally, the bill established Medicaid insurance for indigent Americans of all ages, including dependent children. States would administer the program with a sliding scale match from Washington, D.C. Officially called the Social Security Amendments of 1965, Medicare and Medicaid glided through Congress in early July. With the exception of Southern holdouts, Democrats overwhelmingly supported the plan. Republicans, in both the Senate and the House, were more evenly divided. Johnson insisted on staging the formal bill signing at the Truman Presidential Library in Independence, Missouri, as a tribute to the aging former president, but also to emphasize the continuity between the New Deal, the Fair Deal, and the Great Society. Several of LBJ's aides, including Busby, Cohen, and Cater, urged Johnson to relocate the ceremony to the White House, or, as an alternative, to Hyde Park, given the upcoming 30th anniversary of Social Security. Truman's original bill had been a close parallel to Great Britain's socialized medicine, Buzz observed. Indeed, at the time, the AMA had deemed it a monstrosity of Bolshevik bureaucracy. After years of positioning Medicare as a moderate program, well within the boundaries of existing political norms, the symbolism behind traveling to independence would pose a grotesque distortion with unhappy and impolitic overtones. Busby was particularly concerned that the AMA might shun both the ceremony and the program itself, a fear grounded in reality. The Ohio Medical Association, with a membership of 10,000 physicians, had already endorsed a Medicare boycott, as did most of the 25,000 AMA members who had convened the prior month in New York for the association's annual conference. Moreover, Truman was renowned for his extreme candor. There was no telling what jabs he might throw at the medical profession in return for its years of stubborn opposition. Johnson insisted on his original plan. Neither was he particularly concerned about the possibility that the AMA would attempt to kill Medicare before its implementation. "George, have you ever fed chickens?" the president asked George Meany, the president of the AFL-CIO, who shared Cohen's concern about a physician boycott. "No," replied Meany. "Well, chickens are real dumb," LBJ explained. "They eat and eat and eat and never stop. Why, they start shitting at the same time they're eating, and before you know it, they're knee-deep in their own shit. Well, the AMA's the same. They've been eating and eating non-stop, and now they're knee-deep in their own shit, and everybody knows it. They won't be able to stop anything." When the organization's leaders gathered at the White House on June 29th, weeks before the signing ceremony, the president delivered the full Johnson treatment. He flattered his visitors, rained praise upon their chosen vocation and calling, and applauded their patriotism. Referencing the war in Vietnam, he asked whether the AMA would honor its civic duty by endorsing a voluntary initiative to send doctors for short tours of duty to help build the local medical infrastructure in South Vietnam. "Your country needs your help," he implored. "Your president needs your help." When the doctors signaled their agreement, for what else could they have done, Johnson snapped for the press corps. A reporter led with the obvious question: would the AMA cooperate in the execution of Medicare? And the president, as though on cue, feigned anger. "These men are going to get doctors to go to Vietnam where they might be killed," he lectured the newspapermen and broadcast outlets. "Medicare is the law of the land. Of course they'll support the law of the land." Nothing like Medicare had ever been attempted in the United States. A new national health care plan, financed by payroll taxes and voluntary contributions, offering roughly 20 million seniors automatic hospital coverage and an affordable government-subsidized insurance program to cover doctor's visits. Not long after he signed Medicare into law in July 1965, LBJ cautioned John Gardner, who replaced Anthony Celebrezze as Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare in August 1965, that the department's successful implementation of the program would be every bit as critical as the legislative achievement itself. "If you're wrong in your calculations," LBJ warned, "we're both going to look like the worst kind of damn fools." The possibilities for failure were vast. In a day when communications technology meant printed mail and the rotary telephone, the new Medicare administration would have to find those seniors, tell them about the program, and get them to sign up. Some wondered whether the government could ever achieve its critical enrollment targets. Others, like the New York Times reporter Nona Brown, wondered if there would be lines of old folks at hospital doors with no rooms to put them in, too few doctors and nurses and technicians to care for them. It was by no means clear that doctors would participate, given the AMA's staunch opposition, and individual physicians were under no obligation to accept Medicare insurance, or that it would be possible to establish a working reimbursement system in so short a time. As Johnson later recalled, there were predictions that the system would collapse under its own weight. Yet after it launched on July 1, 1966, no such calamity ensued. On the contrary, by the start date, over 19 million senior citizens had enrolled and immediately enjoyed the security of knowing that they would not go bankrupt by getting sick. Hospitals and doctors joined the Medicare network, and private and non-profit insurance carriers stepped in to manage disbursements. In short, the system worked. In constructing Medicare, the Johnson administration faced a number of daunting challenges. Though all Social Security recipients would be automatically enrolled in Medicare's hospital insurance program, Part A, roughly 8 million seniors were not eligible for Social Security, either because their job sector was excluded or because they hadn't worked or accrued credits. These seniors needed to be located and registered. All seniors were also eligible to enroll voluntarily in the doctor's insurance program, Part B, which gave them access to routine medical care at a cost of $3 per month, but they, too, would have to be signed up one person at a time. Additionally, officials had to work with tens of thousands of scattered nursing homes, hospitals, and home health agencies to certify them and bring them into the system. Then there were the doctors, more than 200,000, who could elect to participate in Part B. They, too, needed to be briefed and enrolled. In these days before mass electronic record-keeping, it required vast human efforts to reach potential Medicare recipients. Under the leadership of HEW, multiple government agencies, including the Social Security Administration, Public Health Service, Internal Revenue Service, Civil Service Commission, General Services Administration, National Park Service, and Postal Service, dedicated tens of thousands of professional staff members to the challenge. The career officials who helped draft and implement the law brought decades of collective expertise to the task. They chose July 1st, rather than January 1st, to launch the program, because hospitals were often strained to capacity during the winter months, when senior citizens were likely to suffer from weather-related illness. The Postal Service hung billboards at each of its locations, announcing enrollment deadlines and processes. The Forest Service sent rangers into woods in search of remote, off-the-grid men and women who could not be reached by mail. The SSA sent over 19 million punch cards out to seniors, and at peak processed 800,000 each week, routinely checking the responses against the Bureau of Data Processing and Accounts magnetic tape records, so that eligible seniors who had not replied could be canvassed either in person or by mail. Wilbur Cohen, whom LBJ elevated to the position of Undersecretary of HEW, called it the most sweeping governmental maneuver since D-Day. By July 1, 1966, between 90% and 95% of eligible individuals, 19 million, were enrolled in both Part A and Part B. I doubt if ever in history has there been such a comprehensive and successful program of communication with older people, crowed one official. At the same time, federal officials selected and prepared private insurance carriers to administer the new systems for hospital and doctor payments, consulting with groups as diverse as the American Nurses Association, the American Hospital Association, and Blue Cross organizations to help medical facilities meet the program standards. At first blush, the Johnson administration's success in launching Medicare in just 11 months, even as it took on the simultaneous task of desegregating health facilities throughout the South, seems to stand in sharp contrast to the trouble that successive administrations experienced in enacting various health care reforms. But Johnson's White House worked from a position of comparative advantage. For one, LBJ was able to rely heavily on state governments for cooperation. The White House asked governors, Democrats and Republicans, Southern and Northern alike, to designate state agencies to govern certification of insurance carriers in their jurisdictions. Even in the face of enforcement of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which many governors loathed, the states promptly stepped in to assume these administrative responsibilities. By contrast, half a century later, when Barack Obama implemented the Affordable Care Act, ACA, many Republican governors dug in their heels and flatly refused to implement it. 35 states refused to establish health exchanges where, as the law intended, citizens could buy private health insurance plans, and instead relied on Washington to operate exchanges for them. 19 states also refused federal dollars to expand Medicaid coverage for poor residents, as the act also encouraged. Many governors refused to use state resources to enroll eligible citizens, and some even took the Obama administration to court. As divided as the country was during Johnson's term in office, this magnitude of political obduracy was largely unthinkable in the political culture of the day. In the 1960s, there was also no ecosystem of business lobbies and conservative think tanks to engage in a guerrilla war against Medicare. Though the American Medical Association had long resisted the law, and while hospitals and individual physicians were under no obligation to participate in the program and see Medicare patients, most healthcare providers largely acquiesced after its passage, joining with hospital organizations, insurance carriers, and religious and lay groups to help implement the program. Reflecting on the achievement many years after the fact, but well before enactment of the ACA, a Johnson administration official noted that, "In Medicare, we never had a class action suit in the first or second year. There were no strong advocacy groups following our every move, and there was little litigation, except on the basis of individual claims, that went past the appeals process." By the time Medicare was implemented, major interest groups were involved. the AFL-CIO and senior citizens organizations, for example, but worked with us for change rather than filing suits. Obama's ACA met with organized resistance at every turn. By contrast, Medicare's early foe, the American Medical Association, soon accepted the program as established law and learned to live with it. Indeed, many doctors soon discovered that it was a golden goose. Finally, Medicare had a far narrower mandate than certain later initiatives. The program came under early and heavy criticism for its out-of-control costs. And indeed, between 1966 and 1971, annual Medicare spending jumped from $3.5 billion to $7.9 billion, well in excess of what the Johnson administration initially projected. Detractors then and later would fault Medicare, with its fee-for-service model, for fueling runaway medical inflation across the board. Some of that criticism was fair. Though hospital costs had already been sharply on the rise before Medicare, jumping 149% between 1950 and 1963, compared with a hike of just 27% in the Consumer Price Index. In effect, medical inflation began outstripping general inflation well before Medicare. More fundamentally, Medicare was never intended to overhaul the healthcare economy. The program used existing insurance carriers as administrative agents. That usually meant large, established companies that could demonstrate unquestionable capability to administer effectively and efficiently for a beneficiary group of significant size, and the ability to effect prompt and proper payment under the concept of reasonable charges, and deliberately took a light hand in enforcing delivery and price controls. As an administration official later noted, Medicare accepted the going system for the delivery of care, and the program structure was modeled on previous private insurance arrangements. Reimbursement of institutions followed the principle of cost reimbursement that had been worked out with the American Hospital Association and the majority of Blue Cross plans. Physician reimbursement followed the direction of private commercial insurance, making payments based by and large on what physicians charged their other patients. The program was constructed solely to extend medical care to seniors, and because so many seniors availed themselves of its blanket coverage, costs soared. It simply wasn't possible in 1965 to put cost controls in. It would never have passed Congress, Wilbur Cohen affirmed. Even if we could have, no one knew how to do it in 1965. By contrast, Obama's ACA was designed to extend coverage and control costs, and in this regard has a much more ambitious mission. In short, Americans expected more of the ACA, and in some cases feared the ACA more because the program was sold as a transformative measure. In 1961, Ronald Reagan ominously warned that passage of Medicare would constitute a short step to all the rest of socialism. In fact, LBJ relied on private insurance carriers, to the chagrin of liberals who might have preferred to bypass the entrenched medical establishment. The irony was not lost on the authors of a contemporary study who noted that Medicare began with an apparent paradox. Private enterprise had failed, markedly, to provide adequate health insurance for the elderly, hence the passage of Medicare. Yet private insurance was chosen to administer the new governmental system. Doctors, whose lobby had steadfastly resisted the program, learned to love it. Their incomes rose approximately 11% each year over the first 7 years of implementation. For most seniors, it soon became impossible to fathom a world without Medicare. As Johnson predicted, it became a third rail in American politics that only the most outspoken entitlement hawks dared attack. its enduring success owed in no small measure to its smooth launch. Chapter 8. Get 'em. Get the last ones. When Lyndon Johnson decreed in New Orleans that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would be the guiding law of the land, "I signed it, and I am going to enforce it," he pledged in his most famous campaign speech. Skeptics could be forgiven their incredulity. Throughout his tenure as Senate Majority Leader, LBJ earned a well-deserved reputation for prevarication and avoidance on the subject of civil rights. During his service in the House of Representatives from 1937 to 1948, he voted reliably with the Southern Bloc against federal anti-lynching laws, equal employment measures, and the elimination of the poll tax. In the Senate, he devoted his maiden speech to a full-throated defense of the South's political traditions. In 1957, he maneuvered the first meaningful civil rights legislation through Congress in almost a century, but only after he stripped it of its enforcement mechanisms. Though in his first months as president, he lent considerable muscle to the fight for a new, more comprehensive civil rights law, by no means was it clear that he would compel compliance. Many liberals regarded him at best as a new convert to the cause, and at worst as an opportunist who had no intention of enforcing its more controversial provisions. But Johnson proved good to his word, if not better, and his administration began with that most taboo of public spaces, schools. It had been over 10 years since Chief Justice Earl Warren, his eyes fixed downward on a prepared text, his full shock of white hair set sharply against the top of his long black judicial robes, stunned the world on May 17, 1954, when he announced in stark, unyielding terms that, "In the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place." The ruling was stunning and led many observers to declare premature victory. The reaction to the court's unanimous decision in the case of Brown v. Board of Education, arguably the first major legal blow leveled against Jim Crow, elicited cries of anguish and outrage from the Deep South, shocked disbelief from the nation's most experienced political observers, and a surge of optimism from African-American communities throughout the country. The Chicago Defender, a venerable black newspaper, optimistically predicted that Brown meant the beginning of the end of the dual society in American life and the system of segregation which supports it, while the author Ralph Ellison hoped that "another battle of the Civil War has been won. The rest is up to us, and I'm very glad. What a wonderful world of possibilities are unfolded for the children." "We assumed that Brown was self-executing," recalled Julius Chambers, then a teenager in North Carolina, who would one day become director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the organization that argued the case before the Supreme Court. "The law had been announced, and people would have to obey it. Wasn't that how things worked in America, even in white America?" he later reflected. That was, of course, not how things worked. After the court ruled in a subsequent decision in 1955, dubbed Brown II, that local authorities should proceed with all deliberate speed in desegregating their facilities, most Southern school districts evaded the letter and intent of the decree by using a variety of methods to avoid full compliance with the court's decision, including pupil placement plans, which assigned students to schools by means of racially biased testing criteria, and open enrollment plans, which placed the onus on individual black students to apply for transfers into white schools. Lower federal courts gave the South wiggle room by distinguishing between desegregation, which mandated an end to formal rules separating white and black students, and integration, which involved the deliberate achievement of racial balance. In 1960, Less than 1% of black students in the South attended majority white schools. In 1964, still less than 5%. In Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, less than 1% of all black children attended school with even one white student, a testament to the Deep South's dogged maintenance of dual education systems. Southern resistance to integrated schools cannot be measured in numbers alone. It was a story that played out in hundreds of school districts among thousands of actors, many of them children, every day. It was the story of Dorothy Counts, a 15-year-old who in 1957 enrolled as the first and only black student at Harding High School in Charlotte, North Carolina, an ostensibly moderate New South city with a thriving business community that endeavored to distinguish itself from retrograde Deep South hamlets in Alabama and Mississippi. Though municipal officials intended her enrollment to meet a token measure of compliance with Brown, she was one of just 4 black students assigned to all-white schools and the only black pupil at Harding. Counts met with a firewall of violent resistance. On her first day of class, white residents, many of them adults, several multiples of her age, greeted her with jeers, shoves, and a barrage of sticks and small rocks. They spat on her and vomited ugly racial epithets. Dorothy stayed home from school for 2 days and then steeled herself for a return. Her classmates shoved and elbowed her in the halls, vandalized her locker, and pelted erasers at her head. The mob shattered a window in her father's car as he attempted to drive her home. The Counts family had had enough. They moved north to Philadelphia, where she attended a non-segregated high school. It was also the story of Ruby Bridges, who in 1960 became the first black student to attend William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans, after the federal district judge J. Skelly Wright, a native Louisianan, ordered the city to comply with Brown. Dressed immaculately in a starched white blouse, dark skirt, and polished Mary Janes, Ruby, a 6-year-old girl in pigtails, walked quietly and with cool resolution as 4 U.S. Marshals escorted her through an angry mob of 150 white protesters, most of them housewives, who pelted her with rotten eggs and vegetables and chanted the vicious doggerel, 2, 4, 6, 8. We don't want to integrate. 8, 6, 4, 2. We don't want a chiggaroo. One of the federal lawmen who protected her that day remarked that she showed a lot of courage. She never cried. She didn't whimper. She just marched along like a little soldier, and we're all very, very proud of her. White parents withdrew their children from the school and placed them in private academies supported by public funds. Throughout the fall, Ruby maintained her public composure, but she was rattled when one of the white women who heckled her each morning outside the school door threatened to poison her food. At the end of the semester, her teachers found Ruby's locker crammed with uneaten sandwiches that her mother had prepared for her lunch. Shortly after John Kennedy's assassination, Burke Marshall, the head of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, observed that the South's decade-long campaign of massive resistance to the Supreme Court was testing the durability of the federal structure. State and local governments patently refused to desegregate their school systems, requiring the Justice Department to file individual suits that wound their way slowly through the federal court system. It is as if no taxpayer sent in a return until he personally was sued by the federal government, Marshall lamented. The crisis is more deplorable, of course, because it is not private persons who are failing to comply with laws, but the states themselves. It was precisely this moral and legal crisis that LBJ was determined to surmount. Lyndon Johnson had an abnormal, superstitious respect for education, George Reedy confided to an interviewer. He also believed with every fiber of his being that access to education should be colorblind. At age 21, he taught elementary school in Cotulla, a small town on the South Texas plains, where all of his students were Mexican Americans. He was appalled by their dire poverty. Most of his students went hungry in the afternoons because their parents lacked the wherewithal to pack them off for the day with lunches. Over the single academic year he spent as a teacher, he championed his students, pushing them to learn and dream big. Those little brown bodies had so little and needed so much, he painfully recalled. I could never forget seeing the disappointment in their eyes and seeing the quizzical expression on their faces. All the time they seemed to be asking me, why don't people like me? Why do they hate me because I am brown? As president, he now wielded power to right a wrong that had haunted him for decades, and he would make good use of it. Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act empowered the executive branch to cut off school funding for districts that still practiced de jure segregation. The 1965 Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which increased federal funding for public schools from just $2.7 billion in 1964 to $14.7 billion in 1971, rendered that enforcement authority more important. Federal funding now amounted to upwards of 30% of some Southern districts' prospective budgets. If local officials insisted on maintaining dual school systems, not only might they face Justice Department suits and, potentially, court orders, the administration could also summarily withhold a large portion of their eligible federal education funding. In theory, Title VI relieved the courts of the responsibility for enforcement. As one administration official observed, it offered a golden opportunity for taking the intolerable pressure of the school cases off the federal judges by introducing a powerful new force for school integration. In reality, the aggressive means by which the Johnson administration administered Title VI spurred federal judges to involve themselves more, not less, in local school desegregation battles. Wielding two sticks, Title VI enforcement, which enabled the administration to cut off federal funds, and Justice Department lawsuits, which could result in judicial orders that federal law enforcement authorities would be compelled to enforce, the administration quickly showed its determination to bring the era of all deliberate speed to a close. The Office of Education began driving Southern districts to comply with Title VI, even before the president signed ESEA into law, and in many cases, such as Georgia, where Governor Carl Sanders, a relative moderate, sharply rejected the administration's scrutiny of districts that he deemed desegregated, bumped up against local resistance. Not just Douglas Cater and Joe Califano, but even Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who for a time acted as the administration's senior policy coordinator on civil rights, carefully oversaw negotiations between HEW and the Justice Department on the one hand, and Southern governors on the other. Despite complaints by Southern governors and members of Congress, Johnson gave his aides free rein in demanding that thousands of school districts submit clear desegregation plans to the Commissioner of Education, who alone would certify their compliance with the law. No White House had ever involved its staff in so granular, expansive, and consistent a review of civil rights compliance. Within 2 weeks of ESEA's enactment on April 11th, Doug Cater informed Johnson that HEW and the Department of Justice had decided to issue firm guidelines to districts that maintained dual school systems, which was to say most localities in the former Confederate states, as well as many towns in the border states. The problem was simply this, Cater informed LBJ. Approximately 500 districts have submitted plans, most of them considered by the Commissioner of Education to be unacceptable. It would be impossible to negotiate with each administration on an ad hoc basis. In fact, there has been evidence in negotiations attempted thus far that many districts are holding back on making commitments until they determine whether the Office of Education means business. The administration's parameters applied to all school districts that were not under court desegregation orders. Such judicial decrees superseded HEW's authority and required that they integrate at least 4 grades by the start of the 1965 to 1966 school year, and all grades by the fall of 1967. Districts were permitted to use 2 mechanisms: geographic rezoning, or freedom of choice plans, that permitted parents to select the school they preferred for their children. Cater acknowledged that civil rights activists would look with disfavor upon the allowance of choice plans, which resembled the very mechanisms that white officials had used for over a decade to circumvent Brown. But the guidelines emphasized that performance, not paperwork, is the ultimate measure of a plan's adequacy. Cater regarded the means by which districts desegregated as less important than the end. If the administration enforced its own requirements, choice plans could in fact operate as a powerful desegregation tool. Much of the onus fell on Francis Keppel, who served by his own admission as the administration's chief SOB with the Southerners. With only 5 months until the start of the new school year, his office was responsible for coaxing, cajoling, and haggling with over 5,000 individual districts throughout the South. I had a whole crew of fellows trying to talk these southern school districts into changing, he remembered. They'd put up a plan. We wouldn't like it, and we'd send it back. I used to have to go over with Joe Califano about every 3 days, just as if you were reporting on your hunting trip, saying, "We've now got 3,200 of them, and we've now got 3,800 of them. We finally got down to 100 of them or something." During his regular meetings at the White House, sometimes held in the fish room, sometimes in Califano's basement-level office suite, the president would routinely wander in and out saying, "Get 'em, get 'em, get the last ones." We were going absolutely nuts, but it was a kind of political game. He wanted them all in the bag, by September. Meeting with Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach, White House counsel Lee White, and Keppel, Califano emphasized that LBJ was anxious to put all the states in such condition under Title VI that he will not have to withhold federal funds from a single county. The president's objective was to desegregate schools, not punish local communities. Indeed, he intended ESEA funds to help lift underprivileged communities in the South and elsewhere out of the cycle of poverty. He wanted to make sure that we are doing everything possible so that he does not have to withhold funds from a single school district. To aid in the process, the Office of Education organized seminars for local education officials to help them design plans that would pass muster with the administration's guidelines. The program cost $7 million over the course of several months. Money well spent, White observed. Keppel would later claim that he never had any doubts about Johnson's sincerity on the question of school desegregation. "I don't know his life well," he allowed, "but certainly by the time I was connected with it, every time that we came up with a rational procedure to get on with it, we were supported. I never sensed any hesitation when the thing got near the president." Despite the steep price that he paid in lost political capital, Johnson was no nonsense on the question of Title VI. Many newspaper editorialists, local business leaders, and public education professionals in the South greeted the administration's school desegregation drive with resignation, as the Atlanta Constitution characterized the response of its own state's education officials. In Alabama, the superintendent of education convened a meeting with most of the state's 117 district officials and instructed them to file desegregation plans with HEW and the Department of Justice. In Mississippi, Governor Paul Johnson affirmed that obedience to our laws is not optional, a stark concession by a fiery defender of Jim Crow whose home state reveled in its long tradition of flouting federal laws and the constitutional rights of its citizens, both black and white. In Virginia, elected officials were taken aback by the specter of mixed schools, but the state did not contemplate shuttering its public school system, as it had done in the immediate aftermath of the Brown decision, as a means to resist integrated classrooms. The Birmingham News roundly deplored the administration's guidelines, but cautioned readers that, distasteful as these requirements still are to a majority of whites in Alabama, to react to them in anything but the utmost realism would be a tragic disservice to the state and its children. There were, as always, holdouts. Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, an unreconstructed segregationist who formally switched parties in 1964, wired the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare to express shock at the administration's determination to force integration of classrooms. But some local school officials quietly communicated their appreciation to Keppel, Cater, and Califano for devising parameters that provided clarity around how to develop plans that were in compliance with HEW's expectations. Despite the absence of widespread, massive resistance, the organized efforts to stop integration in the years immediately following the Brown decision, administration officials soon discerned two clear impediments to school desegregation. First, as Cater predicted might be the case, 2/3 of school districts not under court order adopted freedom of choice plans as their primary mode of compliance with HEW guidelines. The onus fell almost entirely on black families to overcome white hostility and bureaucratic roadblocks at the local level. Second, officials in many towns and cities preferred being placed under court order. As an assistant secretary of HEW observed, it was politically more comfortable for a mayor or school board chair to be compelled to undertake certain actions than to comply or seem to comply voluntarily. It was easier to blame unelected federal judges for school integration than to enter into a phased desegregation agreement with the Office of Education. Moreover, HEW regulations governing the voluntary plans or compliance agreements demanded complete desegregation of the entire system, observed the Shreveport Journal, including students, faculty, lunch workers, bus drivers, and administrators, whereas the court-ordered plans can be more or less negotiated with the judge. By early 1966, the loudest critics of the administration's school desegregation efforts were not Southerners, though proficient race-baiters like George Wallace made a show of barring Alabama school districts from filing plans with HEW, but liberal Northerners who voiced dismay with the slow pace of progress. The White House was not stringent enough in demanding real change, Congressman William Fitz Ryan of New York complained. A writer for the liberal outlet The Nation fumed that the guidelines were, in short, a farce, a blank map to nowhere. In early 1966, the leadership of 8 state councils on human relations, interracial civil rights organizations throughout the South, urged Keppel to consider that the free choice plan can only serve to prolong the segregated school system, not to end it. As progressive Southerners, the council directors maintained from personal experience that every fearsome change in the course of progress at which local administrators threw up their hands in horror proved a timid lion when addressed affirmatively. Most experiences to date unmistakably point to this fact. Headaches are fewer and not so long if system desegregation is planned and implemented at the same time. The message to LBJ's staff was clear: move more quickly. Roughly around the same time, representatives of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, now a more radical organization than in its earlier incarnation, admonished John Gardner, "We think time is running out. Negroes in increasingly large numbers are losing faith in the ability and will of the federal government. Hope has turned to despair. Trust has turned into suspicion, and understanding has turned into bitterness." In early 1966, with White House involvement, HEW prepared revised guidelines for the following school year. While freedom of choice plans will be accepted again this year, the department informed Cater, districts electing this type of plan will have to demonstrate that their school systems will not be substantially segregated again next fall. For the first time, HEW identified the percentage of Negro children in the district who will be attending desegregated schools as a legitimate benchmark in determining whether local officials had satisfied their obligations under Title VI. The administration would require districts that did not meet these targets to extend their freedom of choice enrollment periods, provide extended police protection to black families who sought to enroll their children in predominantly white schools, cooperate more closely with parents and civic groups, or, in the most recalcitrant of cases, end choice plans altogether and adopt more aggressive measures. This policy broke new ground. Before 1966, officials at the White House, the Department of Justice, and HEW insisted that their sole aim was to dismantle the South's dual education system. Ending compulsory state-enforced segregation, not replacing it with state-mandated integration, was their guiding principle. But the failure of choice plans to bend the South's inelastic race line compelled a reconsideration of this policy. Too few black students had been enrolled in majority white schools. Drawing on multiple decisions that federal, district, and appellate court judges had issued in the preceding months, the General Counsel of the OEO concluded that the courts recognized that the discriminatory effects of almost a century of compulsory segregation and the many years of involuntary servitude that preceded that demanded more than just the formal removal of barriers. The same legal logic that underscored the Brown decision, that the very act of segregation injured the personalities of black children and deprived them of their due process rights as citizens, now demanded that the government require schools to integrate their student bodies and to demonstrate their compliance with this more stringent standard through hard numbers and percentages. The fact that schools remain identifiable as intended for Negroes because of the racial makeup of their staff and student bodies would now be held as proof of noncompliance with Title VI and would render such schools ineligible for federal education funds and subject to lawsuits. Schools where black children made up 8 to 9% of the student body in 1965 and 1966 would be encouraged, if not required, to double that ratio the following year. Those with student bodies that comprised only 4 or 5% minority children would be asked to triple their share. HEW and its Office of Education drove the process. Cater and Califano played a supportive role. Predictably, many white Southerners complained that HEW was essentially compelling local authorities to produce racial balance in public schools. Phil Landrum, the powerful Georgia congressman who had sponsored LBJ's Economic Opportunity Act in the House of Representatives, found nothing in Title VI of the Act and nothing in the legislative history of the Act requiring such drastic and precipitous new regulations. Indeed, he strained to point out, the legislation stipulated that desegregation shall not mean the assignment of students to public schools in order to overcome racial imbalance. The administration not only placed the burden of proof on individual districts, It also insisted that staff and faculty ratios, not just student ratios, were a fair measure of a district's good faith effort to comply with the law. The superintendent of schools in North Carolina maintained that Title VI speaks in terms of exclusion. The guidelines seem to adopt a posture of forced inclusion. And he challenged the government's authority to mandate that race, color, or national origin may not be a factor in the hiring or assignment to schools of teachers or other professional staff. Despite the widespread resistance of Southern districts to the integration of teachers and paraprofessionals, in its revised guidelines, HEW also set hard targets for the integration of school staff members and threatened to cut off funds and file federal lawsuits against those districts that failed to comply. When Southern members of Congress protested that the administration was imposing quotas and compulsory integration, LBJ strained credibility by responding personally that the guidelines are not designed to compel desegregation beyond that inherent in a fairly working free choice plan. The percentages to which you take exception are designed simply as an administrative guide to assist the department in reviewing over 2,000 separate school districts. This claim was technically true, but fundamentally disingenuous. Local jurisdictions that failed to meet HEW's guides and goals, both for student and for staff placement, could be denied federal education funds, a result that very few districts were willing to risk. By mid-1966, Lyndon Johnson no longer even feigned solicitousness toward Southern segregationists, even those like Richard Russell, his friend and Senate mentor, whom he reminded, "You have advocated acceptance of the law and urged people to adjust themselves to it." Later that summer, Cater informed the president that the Office of Education planned to cut off 50 districts in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana, with more likely to follow. It will be impossible to avoid political controversy on this, particularly during the election season, he explained. The best policy is for HEW to proceed with no evasion of responsibilities, but with every attempt to be conciliatory rather than belligerent. Johnson made no effort to stop the department. Much in the same way that HEW and the White House looked to appellate court decisions to justify their imposition of hard targets, judges, beginning in 1965, with the Fifth Circuit's decision in Singleton v. Jackson Municipal Separate School District, invoked HEW's new administrative rulings as legal grounds to issue more prescriptive rulings. Writing for the appellate panel, Judge John Minor Wisdom, one of 4 members of the Fifth Circuit who would earn the enmity of their fellow Southerners for aggressively enforcing civil rights laws in the 1960s and 1970s, attached great weight to the standards established by the Office of Education. The judiciary has, of course, functions and duties distinct from that of the executive, but in carrying out a national policy, we have the same objective. There should be a close correlation between the judiciary's standards in enforcing the national policy requiring desegregation of public schools and the executive department's standards in administering this policy. Absent legal questions, the United States Office of Education is better qualified than the courts and is the more appropriate federal body to weigh administrative difficulties inherent in school desegregation plans. In effect, the Johnson administration's embrace of integration targets provided federal judges with the justification they required to issue similarly prescriptive rulings. The combination of administrative and judicial firepower worked. Between 1965 and 1968, the number of black students in the South who attended majority white schools rose from roughly 2.3% to almost 23.4%. That ratio would continue to climb over the following 2 decades until it peaked at 43.5% in 1988. More arresting still, between 1968 and 1980, the portion of Southern black children attending deeply segregated schools, schools where they made up over 90% of the student population, fell from 77.5% to 26.5%. In those same years, the portion of white Southern students attending deeply segregated public schools dropped from 68.8% to 26%. Southern compliance testified to the success of LBJ's carrot and stick method, but many Southern school districts attempted to comply minimally with HEW's requirements or played sleight-of-hand games, for instance, clustering black students in the same classrooms, that invited closer scrutiny. That scrutiny became more standard in 1967, when the Fifth Circuit, whose jurisdiction then extended to the Deep South states of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, and Georgia, ruled in United States v. Jefferson County Board of Education that freedom of choice and pupil placement plans were invalid, and that districts had an affirmative duty to achieve racial balance in their schools. In 1968, the U.S. Supreme Court went a step further, ruling in Green v. County School Board of New Kent County, Virginia, that jurisdictions with dual school systems must be required to convert promptly to a system without a white school and a Negro school, but just schools. In effect, the court signaled that the time for all deliberate speed had unquestionably ended. It was one matter to integrate Southern schools, where local officials had for the better part of a century flagrantly maintained racially segregated and unequal systems. It was another matter to monitor districts outside the Deep South, where segregation appeared more coincidental in nature. As Califano, Cater, and HEW devised new guidelines for the 1966 to 1967 school year, the state of affairs in northern and western states influenced the Johnson administration's thinking about race and education nationwide. Writing to Cater, Peter Labassie, a special assistant to HEW Secretary John Gardner, affirmed that there was in fact widespread segregation in non-Southern schools, though most of the segregation in these states appeared to be the result of de facto residential segregation rather than the willful maintenance of dual systems. Labassie acknowledged that the department knew less about the situation outside the South. While we are investigating complaints of discrimination against northern and western schools, he explained, we simply have not had enough experience in these areas to issue guidelines of general applicability. There were hard limits to LBJ's tolerance for action outside the South. In the summer of 1965, a coalition of civil rights organizations filed a complaint with HEW that charged the city of Chicago with maintaining separate school systems for black and white pupils. The accusation was both compelling and a harbinger of the deep complications that liberal Democrats would confront when the Black Freedom Movement set its sights on northern cities, where a powerful complex of discriminatory banking, residential, and employment practices concealed itself behind the curtain of de facto segregation. In Chicago, many blue-collar unions aggressively locked African Americans out of well-paying building trades and industrial jobs, jobs that directly and indirectly relied on the public sector's spending power and recognition of collective bargaining rights. African Americans were also consigned to the worst, most cramped, and most overpriced housing stock, not because black residents chose to live in all-black neighborhoods, but because no landlord in a white ethnic neighborhood would rent to them, and banks would not issue mortgages in integrated neighborhoods, per the federal government's long-standing custom of redlining such census tracts as undesirable. As in thousands of cities and towns throughout the North and the Midwest, de facto segregation was a direct byproduct of state-sanctioned and state-sponsored housing and employment discrimination. If Chicago's de facto segregation was in reality no accident or expression of natural preference, city officials nevertheless went the extra mile to maintain dual schools for black and white children. Under the leadership of Superintendent Benjamin Willis, a close ally of Mayor Richard Daley's, hundreds of classrooms in white neighborhood schools lay vacant, while schools in black neighborhoods were dangerously over capacity, aging, and decrepit. In cases where overcrowding stretched even the moral limits of the city's white leaders, school authorities furnished schools with mobile trailers, which civil rights activists dubbed Willis wagons, rather than reassign black students to all-white classrooms. Though the Board of Education did not sanction a junior high tier between elementary and high school, when student populations at black primary schools swelled, authorities created upper grade centers, a blunt conceit that effectively manufactured ad hoc junior high schools to avoid busing black children to white neighborhoods. When authorities did authorize new construction, between 1951 and 1962, the city built 200 schools. They concentrated efforts in primarily black or white neighborhoods in a manner that perpetuated the city's dual system. Black schools often lacked gymnasiums, had inferior library facilities, and employed a higher ratio of non-certified teachers. Few offered honors or advanced placement courses in English, chemistry, algebra, biology, physics, or American history. Vocational schools, which the city operated in coordination with trade unions and which functioned as a pipeline to well-paying trade occupations, were almost all lily white. At the start of the 1964 to 1965 school year, over 4/5 of Chicago's elementary schools and almost 3/4 of its high schools were either absolutely segregated or segregated, meaning over 90% of their student populations comprised one race. More arresting still, 90% of the city's black children and teenagers attended such institutions. Local civil rights officials, who operated under the auspices of the Coordinating Council of Community Organizations, encouraged the White House to view Chicago's willful maintenance of a dual school system and its misappropriation of Title I funds as a threat to the Johnson administration's broader educational agenda. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act is a program too crucial to national survival to be weakened through disbursement of its funds in a manner contrary to the requirement of the Act. They implored Cater, and for educational programs which are inadequate to achieve its goals. In the early fall of 1965, Keppel's office instructed Willis to respond to allegations that he had earmarked Chicago's Title I funds for white children who were not poor. His team afforded Chicago officials no more leeway than they extended to Southern officials. For every school in the city, the Johnson administration demanded student enrollment figures by race, average class sizes, daily attendance, and student-teacher ratios, open or over capacity, information on available courses and curricula, an accurate count of classrooms, gymnasiums, libraries, and lounges, dropout statistics, and faculty backgrounds. When the superintendent gave him the cold shoulder, Keppel informed Willis on September 30th that his office would defer the delivery of federal funds, $32 million in total, pending a resolution of the complaint. He struck the same collaborative, encouraging tone that HEW assumed with Southern governors and school districts. Keppel informed the Illinois State Superintendent of Schools that he would send teams to Springfield and Chicago to help local officials meet federal guidelines, and forewarned Doug Cater of his action. The next day, Cater informed the president that he might receive blowback over HEW's action in Chicago. An initial investigation found that a couple of vocational schools might be in violation, but Keppel believed the whole matter can be worked out swiftly. Keppel was acutely aware, as he told an interviewer several years after the fact, that northern school districts were practicing discrimination by subvisible means. It's a national problem, but it's a lot harder to catch the boys up north because down south they said, "Sure, we've got black schools and white schools. What are you fellows talking about? We treat them all equally." The challenge in the north was not only more subtle, but much more of a public policy problem to handle. Much more. 2 days after Cater informed him of the Chicago affair, LBJ flew to Manhattan, where he was scheduled to sign a sweeping immigration reform law. Daley was in town and secured a private audience with the president, during which he unleashed his rage at Keppel and other bureaucrats in HEW. LBJ promptly instructed Wilbur Cohen to travel to Chicago post-haste and fix the problem. The assistant secretary complied, squeezing a few minor concessions from Daley's office, but effectively walking back the administration's position. In early 1966, Johnson appointed Keppel to the post of Assistant Secretary of HEW and tapped Harold Howe, a career educator, to replace him as Education Commissioner. On paper, it was a promotion. In reality, Keppel would later observe, "I was fired. I was the chief SOB with the Southerners, and then you get to be a chief SOB with the Northern Democrats in one city. Come on, you're useless. Get out." Howe would take a more diplomatic tack with Daley, but by December 1966, just months into his tenure, his office informed the mayor and his superintendent that the city's schools were out of compliance and at risk of losing their funds. For Johnson, as for any Democratic president, Richard Daley represented a unique case. Joseph Califano instructed Howe to work directly with the mayor. HEW should not publicize its findings, he ordered, but should make strong recommendations to the Board of Education, ending apprenticeship programs with unions until black students were admitted in proportionate numbers, engaging pupil placement specialists to reduce segregation in neighborhood schools that would bring them back into compliance with Title VI. By then, white voters in Chicago, as in many northern cities, were in full backlash mode against the Johnson administration and liberal judges who appeared to threaten the integrity of their neighborhoods and local institutions. That trend would eventually speed the dissolution of LBJ's sweeping 1964 electoral mandate and pave the way for conservatives to chip away at the Democratic coalition of black and white working-class voters, a coalition dating back to Franklin Roosevelt's tenure. David Seeley, the official responsible for civil rights compliance within the Office of Education, would later deny that the reversal of the withholding action in Chicago was as much an example of unwarranted political interference by Mayor Daley as an example of the danger of taking strong governmental action in a politically sensitive area like civil rights. It was unclear to administration officials in 1965 that the law empowered them to withhold funds, where it was not manifestly evident that the state or city maintained dual school systems. As head of the Office of Education Civil Rights Enforcement Program during this period, he maintained, I can attest to many situations in which President Johnson was under considerably stronger and more persistent political pressures to undercut our enforcement efforts, and in which he displayed admirable backbone in resisting them. Schools might have been the most controversial, but they were not the only institutions that the Johnson administration desegregated during the Great Society's general rollout. In March 1966, less than 4 months before Medicare was due to launch, the Public Health Service, a division of HEW, sent a questionnaire to over 10,000 participating hospitals, nursing homes, and qualified health care facilities, inquiring whether they were in compliance with the new civil rights law. Traditionally, many hospitals and doctors' offices across the South either pointedly refused to care for black patients or consigned them to segregated and often inferior wings within the same building. In many cases, they even designated separate emergency rooms and nurseries for each race. Just as Title VI of the Civil Rights Act made federal education funds unavailable to segregated schools, it required that health providers participating in Medicare integrate their facilities and file the very same 441B forms certifying compliance that schools submitted to become eligible for compensatory education dollars. In effect, even as it set about constructing the single largest health program in the nation's history, the Johnson administration also faced the challenge of integrating hospitals and nursing homes throughout 1/3 of the nation. This task was not merely an administrative nuisance, it was a threat to the entire system. Southern healthcare providers could very well have opted out of the new program, effectively killing Medicare in 1/3 of the states. HEW dispatched more than 1,000 inspectors to visit hospitals directly and ensure they were complying with Title VI. Close to 7,000 facilities swiftly acquiesced. Another 5,500 fell into line after inspection. Unsurprisingly, most of the non-compliant facilities were in 4 Deep South states: Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina. As with schools, HEW kept Califano and Cater informed of the most granular details on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. Having learned the hard way, a year earlier, that it was essential to issue clear and concise guidelines, the department produced a 15-minute film in coordination with the American Hospital Association that outlined the metrics that institutions were required to meet and enlisted charitable organizations like the National Social Welfare Assembly to encourage obedience to the law among grassroots members and activists. The guidelines were sweeping. All people were to be admitted for inpatient and outpatient services without regard to color, race, or national origin. Where there was a significant variation between the racial composition of patients and the population served, the hospital had an affirmative obligation to justify that variance to federal officials. Each facility's rooms, wards, floors, sections, and buildings must be integrated. Officials were not to ask patients whether they wished to share quarters with someone of a particular race. Employees, medical staff, and volunteers of the hospital are to be assigned to patient service on a colorblind basis. Training programs were to be fully integrated. The guidelines required that hospital employees apply courtesy titles like Dr., Mrs., and Mr. without regard to race, and that formally segregated institutions conduct proactive outreach to non-white physicians, nurses, and civil rights organizations, and take out advertisements in local media outlets announcing the change in policy. The Johnson administration was not merely forcing hospitals to extend access to black citizens. It was enforcing a mandatory shift in how medical professionals treated African Americans as patients, colleagues, and human beings, and placing new quantitative and qualitative obligations on local institutions. In the same way that the Office of Education enjoyed discretion over the disbursement of ESEA funds, the Public Health Service, under the direction of Surgeon General William Stewart, was responsible for certifying hospitals compliant with Title VI. In a hopeful dispatch to hospital administrators just prior to Medicare's rollout, the Surgeon General affirmed that the transition has not been as difficult as some feared. To the contrary, it has contributed to better patient care, and in addition has proven to be both administratively and economically advantageous. But the administration would remain vigilant. Your participation in the Hospital Insurance for the Aged program, Stewart warned, even if you are otherwise certified as eligible, was wholly dependent on compliance with Title VI. The administration dispatched Stewart to negotiate personally with municipal and hospital officials in a number of cities, including Memphis, New Orleans, and Shreveport, hosted 20 state hospital associations for an instructional conference in Washington, D.C., and conscripted major employers and labor unions to exert economic and peer pressure on recalcitrant institutions. In May 1966, HEW Secretary John Gardner informed the President that roughly 15% of all hospital beds in the nation were still in non-conforming institutions, and that most non-conforming institutions were heavily concentrated in several Deep South states. On the eve of the program's launch in July, only 34% of hospital beds in Mississippi were in compliance with Title VI. There were holdouts. Even at the end of LBJ's term as president in 1968, an official at HEW conceded that a handful of hospitals, largely in the Delta area of Mississippi and Alabama, remained out of step with the law, and therefore ineligible to accept Medicare dollars. But for the most part, the administration's commitment to enforcing the civil rights law and its willingness to withhold federal dollars from hospitals that could scarcely afford to lose them compelled sweeping changes. Arthur Hess, a career administrator at HEW, recalled a memorable visit to a Southern hospital. When he and other federal officials informed hospital officials that their facility was still non-compliant and that it would not be permitted to participate in Medicare, administrators and board members began ranting and raving in a noisy display of resistance. Yet as Hess and his colleagues left the meeting, one board member quietly sidled up to them and said, "Keep the heat on." Local hospital boards needed to use federal compulsion to cover themselves with their own elected officials and community members. In effect, the Johnson administration was engaged in an elaborate pantomime. The pressure worked. By the end of the decade, the number of Black and Latino hospital patients grew by 30%, while the portion of hospitals that employed minority doctors or dentists rose by 61%. Unlike hospitals, nursing homes would not be eligible to participate in Medicare until January 1, 1967. But the administration began its education and enforcement activities the summer before. Of 15,000 extended care facilities in the United States, HEW estimated that only 6,000 would elect to participate in Medicare, and only 3,000 would earn certification. Nevertheless, it was imperative that the department issue firm guidance across the board. Unlike hospitals, whose patient populations were, by definition, transitory, nursing homes were residential in character and would prove a more bitter battleground, north and south. Furthermore, Peter Labassi, the general counsel of HEW, informed Cater and Califano that while most of the hospital discrimination was in the South, discrimination in nursing homes is more widespread. Many institutions in the North have been admitting patients of only one race until this time. Just as the Office of Education had carried its Title VI compliance efforts into Chicago and other northern cities, HEW applied the law with equal force and consistency, both above and below the Mason-Dixon line. Labassi was confident that the rollout would progress smoothly, as indeed it did the following year. The department had increased its dedicated compliance staff and had learned a great deal during these last 5 months and expect to put our experience to good work. Wilbur Cohen scarcely exaggerated the point when he observed that on the day before Medicare went into effect, in every hospital in the South, over every drinking fountain, over every bathroom, over every cafeteria, there were signs reading white and colored for separate but presumably equal facilities. On the day that Medicare went into effect in the South, all those signs and separate facilities began to come down. In reality, most hospitals removed those signs 2 years earlier, after passage of the Civil Rights Act, but the scale of change was breathtaking. No president before or after LBJ attempted to introduce a major new government entitlement while at the same time using that very benefit to break down long-established patterns of de facto and de jure discrimination. On the contrary, while a handful of New Deal initiatives either expressly or incidentally undermined Jim Crow, for the most part, Franklin Roosevelt, Johnson's hero, struck a devil's bargain that left many African Americans outside his administration's protective embrace. The context in which LBJ operated was starkly different, but a lesser president might have temporized in the interest of ensuring an orderly rollout of Medicare and ESEA. Johnson knowingly assumed great risk. Weeks before Medicare's launch, a correspondent warned the president that Southern hospitals were just as much hotspots as schools. The administration was demanding an overnight end to practices that had been in place for as long as most people could remember. And they won't comply, Lyndon. You know that. You want to be responsible for closing St. Francis Hospital in Biloxi, Mississippi? That's what will happen if you put this thing into effect. Doctors won't treat the coloreds, and the nurses won't treat them. It was a great gamble, remembered Harry McPherson. Whatever he decided, thousands of people, either the elderly or the blacks, might have been deprived of hospitalization. Johnson wagered a big bet, and he won. Chapter 9. The Fabulous 89th. 2 weeks after LBJ outlined his vision of the Great Society in 1964, Dick Goodwin and Bill Moyers traveled on presidential instructions to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they met with 30 professors from the Boston area. Over a long lunch at the home of John Kenneth Galbraith, the young White House aides solicited the formal participation of America's public intellectuals in task forces that would help design the themes and substance of Johnson's domestic agenda. The outcome of the meeting was 14 committees that met and corresponded over the coming months to propose policy and legislation concerning transportation, natural resources, urban life, the environment, agriculture, civil rights, health and welfare, and infrastructure. Though John Kennedy enjoyed a reputation as the thinking man's liberal, it was LBJ, not his predecessor, who fully leveraged the talent and imagination of the country's academics. The original task forces that Goodwin and Moyers assembled included top administrative and faculty talent from the University of California, the Carnegie Corporation, the Brookings Institution, Harvard, MIT, and Princeton. Unlike ceremonial committees before and after, the LBJ task forces exerted tangible influence on policymaking. Their members interacted freely with designated White House liaisons, including Cater, Transportation, Lee White, Natural Resources, Civil Rights, Goodwin, Education, Natural Beauty, Metropolitan and Urban Problems, and Heller, Intergovernmental Fiscal Cooperation. And the output of their labors enjoyed wide circulation and consideration within the West Wing. Shortly after the election, on November 10th, Moyers, Goodwin, Cater, and Meyer-Feldman, a holdover from Kennedy's staff, reviewed the task force reports and flagged the most promising and feasible of proposals for the president's consideration. If we had adopted all of their ideas, an aide observed, we would have had to come up with a budget of tens of millions of dollars. Moyers and his colleagues presented an abridged 1,200-page version of the task force recommendations to Johnson at the LBJ Ranch over the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. Some of the ideas rehashed legislation that JFK had already submitted to Congress: Medicare, aid to education, immigration reform, but that had languished in committee. Others were entirely new, including enhancements to public culture and path-breaking environmental initiatives. preschool initiatives, work-study programs, library services, instruction in the arts and sciences, federal aid to college and graduate students, preservation of scenic areas adjacent to federal highways, formalized revenue-sharing arrangements with states, health care for poor children, and a broader safety net for workers who were not covered by Social Security. Though Johnson did not pursue all of his task force's recommendations, in launching his ambitious domestic policy agenda in 1965, he enjoyed wide majorities in Congress and, equally important, a liberal resurgence within the House and Senate Democratic caucuses. Though in his years as majority leader, LBJ aligned himself more firmly with Southern conservatives and frequently thwarted measures important to civil rights groups and organized labor, he now relied on the left wing of his party to shepherd the Great Society through Congress. It took very little time before liberals asserted themselves. On the opening day of what Johnson later dubbed the fabulous 89th Congress, House Democrats stripped Mississippi's John Bell Williams and South Carolina's Albert Watson of their seniority in response to their endorsement of Barry Goldwater the year before. It was the first such disciplinary action against a sitting congressman since 1911, and effectively deprived the apostate members of their committee assignments and perquisites. The caucus also took aim at Rules Committee Chairman Howard Smith when it voted to reinstate the 21-day rule, a measure that allowed any committee chairman whose bill had been mired in the powerful Rules Committee for more than 3 weeks to bring the legislation directly to the floor. Though it is unclear whether the caucus passed the measure at the president's behest, 2 days after the election, LBJ had instructed Bill Moyers to raise the issue with congressional leaders. In the Senate, reformers faced steeper challenges in weakening the filibuster, but by sheer numbers alone, the combination of liberal Democrats and moderate Republicans provided a powerful check against the Southern caucus. Thus did the Johnson administration begin its full term in a position of strength that earlier presidents would have envied. These advantages notwithstanding, LBJ's White House left nothing to chance. In pursuit of his legislative agenda, Johnson benefited from a well-oiled legislative liaison office that Larry O'Brien had first assembled under Kennedy, but that enjoyed little success until Johnson inherited the presidency. In the weeks immediately following JFK's election in 1960, O'Brien consulted a wide swath of White House veterans from earlier Democratic administrations, including FDR's former administrative aide Jim Rowe and Clark Clifford, David Bell, and Charles Murphy, all of whom had served in senior roles on Harry Truman's staff. O'Brien soon discovered that there had been no formalization of the legislative liaison role. At any time, it was just sort of seat of the pants. The president might make a call or send somebody to see someone, but it wasn't organized. The first presidential aide officially tasked with congressional relations had been Bryce Harlow, who performed the function for Eisenhower and generously offered O'Brien counsel on how to organize his office. On the afternoon of Kennedy's inauguration, amid a bitter cold snap of winter weather, the seasoned Boston political organizer walked over to the White House. "I'd never been in the building even as a tourist," he would recall. "So we walked in with the staff and looked around the 2 floors. I don't think I even knew the basement was there. And I found this corner office on the 2nd floor, and I noted that there was space for 2 secretaries and a conference room and about 3 offices. So I planted myself in the center office and my staff on each end. And that's how the office was established." Under O'Brien's leadership, the Office of Legislative Liaison pulled all the available levers of presidential influence and persuasion. During his first year in office, JFK held 32 private leadership breakfasts with the top brass in each House of Congress, 90 group meetings with various senators and congressmen, and dozens of coffee hours attended by 500 legislators. The entire Congress, O'Brien remembered, at one time or another. There were bill signings, personal letters from the president to each member on his or her birthday. When members of Congress were out of range for important votes, the White House sent military planes to transport them back to Washington, D.C. O'Brien also made good use of the Sequoia, the official presidential yacht, which set sail on the Potomac several times each week. We'd have a buffet dinner and maybe an accordion player at times or a sing-along. We would leave the dock at 6 p.m., return at 9. And that became the greatest tool available to us, and I utilized it to the fullest. It became a great bore to be on that Sequoia for my wife for 3 hours, sometimes 2 and 3 times a week, he later recounted with a laugh. Yet no charm offensive proved sufficient to break the deadlock. Conservative Republicans and Southern Democrats enjoyed sufficient numbers to bottleneck the legislative process throughout Kennedy's presidency, and JFK, despite having served for 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate, had never enjoyed the kind of seniority in either the House or Senate, obviously, to be a prime mover, O'Brien observed. He was very much junior to all his former colleagues, and how do you utilize him? His clout was limited, in part because he was naturally cooler and more aloof. Jack Kennedy would not force the issue with a group of senators or congressmen. Recognizing Kennedy's more passive approach, O'Brien was deliberately measured in his use of the president's influence, taking care never to put JFK in a position of asking for a vote that he could not secure. I would be very, very careful to make it only when I had determined we'd exhausted every possibility, and there was one last opportunity, and that was the president. O'Brien learned early in his tenure as Lyndon Johnson's congressional liaison that the new president operated in a starkly different fashion. Once, when the administration lost a close vote in the House during a late-night session that wound into the early hours of the morning, O'Brien stopped at a 24-hour cafeteria for breakfast and waited until an appropriate hour, 6:30 a.m., to phone the president. "Why didn't you call me?" LBJ demanded. "When you're up there bleeding, I want to bleed with you. We have to share these things." I never got over that, O'Brien recalled. Though Johnson continued to speak constantly with his former congressional colleagues, he took care to consult O'Brien before directly involving himself in legislative lobbying. But he was an aggressive advocate who would devote an inordinate amount of time to the sales pitch, and he would put it on a truly personal basis. "I'm pleading with you. You've got to help me. You can't walk away from this. Come on, you've just—" And that would get to the arm around the shoulder, the close proximity and the pitch that could be lengthy at times. A member would be pretty exhausted, and that was basically the difference in style. On a typical evening, the president and his legislative liaison sat inches apart, knee to knee, in the small study adjacent to the Oval Office, and dialed almost 24 members of the House to resolve a fine point around the Washington, D.C. appropriations bill. "I couldn't stop him," O'Brien told an interviewer years later. He proceeded to pick up the phone and gave the White House telephone operator the names of the 22 and chased them all over town. I don't recall he had caught all 22 by the time I went home, but he stayed with it. These were the high-water days of the Great Society, before the Vietnam War began to eat away at the government's resources and undermine the public's faith in the unbounded capacity of their government to solve large, vexing problems like poverty and disease. Years later, O'Brien still displayed with pride a framed collection of some 60 bill-signing pens spanning his service in both the Kennedy and the Johnson White Houses. The vast majority dated to the fabulous 89th. The fabulous 89th began its work against a dramatic backdrop. By early 1965, Martin Luther King Jr. had already determined to stage his next campaign in Selma, the seat of Dallas County, Alabama, where black residents made up over half the population, but only about 2% of registered voters. King's strategy was at once simple and complicated. Since Congress passed the Civil Rights Act 6 months earlier, the movement had renewed its focus on voting rights, a giant piece of the civil rights puzzle that still required legislative remedy. From a numbers perspective, the decision made sense. As King explained to readers of the New York Times, Selma has succeeded in limiting Negro registration to the snail's pace of about 145 persons a year. At this rate, it would take 103 years to register the 15,000 eligible Negro voters of Dallas County. Most liberals understood that securing access to the ballot box necessarily constituted an important part of the Great Society. In a phone conversation with King on January 15th, LBJ named voting rights as a centerpiece of the civil rights agenda, but signaled his intent to wait until Congress passed his health care and education packages before introducing legislation. He was confident in his strategy and counseled King to galvanize support by finding the worst condition that you run into in Alabama, Mississippi, or Louisiana, or South Carolina. And if you just take that one illustration and get it on radio, and get it on television, and get it in the pulpits, get it in the meetings, get it every place you can, then that will help us on what we're going to shove through in the end. Unbeknownst to LBJ, King had already found his one illustration: Selma, Alabama. King's own notes explained his thinking. 1. Nonviolent demonstrators go into the streets to exercise their constitutional rights. 2. Racists resist by unleashing violence against them. 3. Americans of conscience, in the name of decency, demand federal intervention and legislation. 4. The administration, under mass pressure, initiates measures of immediate intervention and remedial legislation. Selma was a hornet's nest of racial violence. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee had been active there since 1962, but now King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference planned to join the fray and dramatize the situation to arouse the federal government by marching by the thousands to the places of registration. True to form, local authorities under Dallas County Sheriff Jim Clark took the bait. They clapped over 2,000 activists in jail in the first weeks of the campaign and rained unspeakable violence on peaceful protesters. On February 18th, state troopers beat and shot Jimmy Lee Jackson, a 26-year-old voting rights demonstrator. When Jackson died 8 days later of his wounds, movement leaders conceived a 50-mile march from Albany to Montgomery, where they would voice their grievances on the steps of the state capitol. The campaign's climactic moment occurred on Bloody Sunday, March 7, 1965, when state and county law enforcement officers savagely attacked roughly 500 peaceful marchers as they attempted to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge. In 1965, news footage still needed to be flown to New York for national broadcast. That evening, ABC won the race. The brutality was stomach-turning. Mounted policemen employed tear gas, electric prods, horsewhips, and batons wrapped in barbed wire. They pursued marchers who were running desperately in retreat. When the network broke into its regularly scheduled program, the television premiere of Judgment at Nuremberg, millions of viewers were confronted with gut-wrenching scenes that jarred the nation's conscience. 2 more marches ensued, one led by King, in which protesters proceeded to the bridge, knelt, prayed, and turned back, and another which culminated in a historic trek to Montgomery. Bloody Sunday dealt a profound shock to the American conscience. House Speaker John McCormick denounced the police brutality as a disgraceful exercise of arbitrary power. A Michigan congressman called it a savage action, stormtrooper style, under direction of a reckless demagogue. Behind the scenes, the administration was engaged in tense negotiations with Everett Dirksen, the Senate Republican leader whose support had been critical in securing passage of the Civil Rights Act, and who controlled a sufficient block of moderate votes to ensure passage of a voting rights bill. Days after the massacre at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the two sides reached an agreement. The proposed bill would create automatic triggers that suspended discriminatory practices like literacy tests in states where a given portion of eligible voters did not participate in federal elections. It empowered federal examiners to monitor polling stations and, in certain cases, replace county registrars, stipulated that poll taxes were unconstitutional, required states that qualified for the trigger to pre-clear any changes to their voting process with the Department of Justice, and established criminal penalties for officials who interfered with citizens' right to vote. Inside the White House, aides urged Johnson to use the presidential pulpit in support of the measure. "The public knows you are for the enforcement of civil rights," Harry McPherson told LBJ. "The Deep South knows it. That is why it went for Goldwater." The American public felt the deepest sense of outrage and want you to express your own present sense of outrage, he urged. Even Abe Fortas, a reasonable man, not usually given to displays of emotion, wanted to impose martial law on Alabama. The moment demanded executive action. It took little convincing. Dick Goodwin later recalled that America didn't like what it saw, and neither did Lyndon Johnson, who witnessed not a revelation, he had grown up in the South, but an affront to the sensibilities and moral justice of the country he now led. Johnson addressed a rare joint session of Congress on March 15th and called for the passage of voting rights legislation. After a long build in which he situated the Black freedom struggle in the historical arc of democratic struggle dating back to the American Revolution, he proclaimed, "This time, on this issue, there must be no delay, no hesitation, and no compromise with our purpose. There is no moral issue. It is wrong, deadly wrong, to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country. There is no issue of states' rights or national rights. There is only the struggle for human rights." Speaking in a slow, steady Texas drawl to a near-silent chamber, the president told Congress, "Their cause must be our cause, too, because it is not just Negroes, but really it is all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome." Goodwin, who drafted the speech, later wrote that there was an instant of silence, the gradually apprehended realization that the president had proclaimed, adopted as his own rallying cry, the anthem of black protest, the hymn of 100 embattled black marchers. He observed tears streaming down the Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield's face, and Emanuel Seller, the 76-year-old chairman of the House Judiciary Committee and a stalwart supporter of equal rights, cheering as wildly as a schoolboy at his first football game. With bipartisan support, but again in the face of Southern opposition, Congress swiftly passed the Voting Rights Act, and Johnson signed it into law on August 6th. As with its strict enforcement of the Civil Rights Act, the administration signaled its unwavering intent to force compliance with the new voting rights law. Not an hour after the bill signing ceremony, LBJ instructed Joe Califano to ensure that the Attorney General immediately mounted an all-fronts attack on poll taxes and literacy tests. 4 days later, the ink barely dry, federal examiners descended on 12 counties in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Georgia. By the following January, they added over 90,000 voters to the rolls in those jurisdictions alone. Violence and intimidation persisted, but for the most part, Southern authorities acquiesced in the face of strong executive enforcement. Alongside the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 reordered daily life in the 11 former states of the Confederacy, as well as border states like Kansas, Maryland, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Delaware. As late as 1965, only 6.7% of African Americans in Mississippi and 19% in Alabama had surmounted the complex of legal and extra-legal measures in place to prevent them from exercising the franchise. But Southern resistance crumbled in the wake of congressional action. By 1970, roughly two-thirds of African Americans in these Deep South states were registered to vote, and most were able to exercise this right without interference. White Southerners now had to grapple with the long-term prospect of black representation at all levels of government, and with the more immediate reality of political power sharing. Edgar Mouton, a state legislator from Louisiana, marveled that he had never shook hands with a black person before I ran for office. The first time I shook hands, it was a traumatic thing. The Voting Rights Act did not just redistribute power. It compelled white Southerners to rethink their relationship with their black neighbors. If the administration's aggressive enforcement of civil rights moved the country toward a new pluralism, it also took other steps that would fundamentally change the meaning of what it meant to be an American. In October 1965, Lyndon Johnson signed into law the Immigration and Nationality Act, a measure that opened the floodgates to new immigrants, the vast majority of them from Latin America, Africa, and Asia. At the time, non-Hispanic white citizens constituted over 85% of the American population. 50 years later, that portion was just 62% and falling. Alongside civil rights enforcement, immigration reform was the realization of a decades-long liberal aspiration, and fundamentally changed not only the demography of the United States, but the very meaning of American citizenship. Before the Great Society, the concept of full citizenship was deeply bound up with race. After 1965, that would no longer be the case. Between 1820 and 1924, roughly 37 million European immigrants came to the United States. Proportionally, this migration was unprecedented. The population of the United States in 1850 was just 23 million. Northern Europeans, Irish and Germans especially, predominated in the first wave between 1820 and 1880. The second Great Wave, between 1880 and 1924, drew newcomers from Southern and Eastern Europe, including large numbers of Italians, Greeks, Slavs, Poles, and Jews from the Russian Empire. Smaller numbers of immigrants also came from China, Japan, and other Asian countries. By the early 20th century, immigrants and the children of immigrants constituted upwards of 75% of the population in major cities like New York, Chicago, Boston, Cleveland, and Detroit. Since 1790, when Congress passed the nation's first Immigration Act, prevailing law had restricted naturalized citizenship to free white persons. What constituted a white person was by no means clear. While in later years it seemed intuitive to classify German, Irish, or Italian Americans as white, in the mid-19th century, many native-born Protestants regarded newcomers as unwhite and therefore unfit for citizenship. In establishment outlets like Harper's Magazine, editorialists lampooned Irish immigrants as drunken, lazy, and idle, while cartoonists portrayed them as possessing ape-like, subhuman physical attributes. With whiteness such a crucial attribute, many immigrants, including Irish Catholics in large northeastern cities, worked aggressively to draw a sharp distinction between themselves and free African Americans. Blackface minstrelsy, a popular form of entertainment among new immigrants, enabled racially suspect Europeans to establish that they were, in fact, white. After all, only a white person needed to black up to play the part of an African American, and to project onto African Americans the same vicious stereotypes that nativists ascribed to Catholic newcomers. By the late 19th century, America's new cultural and civic diversity, a result of immigration from Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Asia, and the emancipation of black slaves, gradually resulted in a popular classification of humans along hierarchical lines. In 1911, a government commission impaneled to investigate the potential effects of mass immigration broke the population into 45 races or peoples among immigrants coming to the United States, and of these, 36 are indigenous to Europe. Bohemians, the report determined, were the most advanced of all Slavic racial groups. The ancient Greeks were preeminent in philosophy and science, a position not generally accredited to the modern Greeks as a race. They compare with the Hebrew race as the best traders of the Orient. Further, the gypsy resents the restraint of higher social organization. To him, laws and statutes are persecutions to be evaded. The Southern Italian was an individualist, having little adaptability to highly organized society, whereas German and Irish newcomers seemed distinctly unfit for citizenship in the mid-19th century. Scientific racial analysis now considered them a higher category of white than Southern and Eastern European newcomers, most of whom were Catholic or Jewish. The era's nativism rested on a bedrock of labor competition, religious intolerance, and fear of anarchism and communism. But scientific racism supplied its intellectual justification. The welfare of the United States demands that the door should be closed to immigrants for a time, a leading congressman declared at the time. We are being made a dumping ground for the human wreckage of World War I. Immigrants from Southern Europe and Asia suffered inborn socially inadequate qualities, a prominent scientist offered. They were responsible for a hike in urban crime, social disorder, and neighborhood decay. Such ideas formed the foundation of the Immigration Act of 1924, which limited the annual number of immigrants from any given country to just 2% of the total number of people born in that country and residing in the United States in 1890. By using 1890 as a benchmark, the law favored older immigrant groups from Northern and Central Europe. For Jews, Italians, Greeks, Slavs, Poles, Croatians, and Russians, the door effectively swung shut. For the Chinese, that door had been closed since 1882, when Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act. The year 1924 was the high-water mark for scientific racism, which became increasingly unpopular in Depression-era America. The Columbia University anthropologist Franz Boas and his protégés Margaret Mead and Ruth Benedict were among the first to blast away at the edifice of race, proving in a series of devastating monographs and articles that human behavior and intelligence were products of environment, not blood, and that no pure races could even be said to exist. This shift in thinking also emerged as a response to the excesses of Nazi Germany. Although many Americans in the 1920s regarded eugenics and other forms of racial engineering as good science and solid public policy, revelations of Germany's euthanasia program, targeting mentally and physically handicapped children, inspired a scientific repudiation of eugenics in the United States. More generally, Nazi race policy and anti-Semitism delegitimized racialist thinking in nearly all of its popular incarnations, influencing works like Ashley Montagu's Man's Most Dangerous Myth, The Fallacy of Race, a celebrated volume that argued race was a scientifically artificial and meaningless invention. In 1938, the American Psychological Association and the American Anthropological Association broke new ground informally repudiating scientific racism. Other academic organizations followed, and ever since, biologists, chemists, and geneticists have steadfastly maintained that race is, at best, a social phenomenon, at worst, a lie. Certainly, few scholars of any repute continue to believe that race is determinative of behavior, intellectual endowment, and physical capacity. Even as scientific racism came under cultural and academic assault, the 1924 law restricting immigration remained on the books. Ironically, it might have aided the mainstreaming of ethnic Americans by cutting off the supply of newcomers who spoke in foreign tongues, wore strange clothing, and listened to unfamiliar music. The new faces of ethnic America were the children of immigrants who grew up speaking accentless English, became fanatical baseball fans, and wore American garbs. That generation's contribution during World War II drove a final nail in the coffin of scientific racism. In the post-war years, Northern liberals clamored for both civil rights and immigration reform. As Jim Crow came under increased fire, it became possible to attack the national origin standard, the very backbone of the 1924 law, for what it was. In the words of the Democratic Party platform in 1960, a policy of deliberate discrimination that contradicts the founding principles of this nation. The same coalition of churches, liberal organizations, and labor and industry groups that championed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 also backed immigration reform. In the wake of the Republican Goldwater's defeat, Democrats seized the opportunity to pass the Immigration and Nationality Act, landmark legislation that did not take effect until June 1968, the waning days of LBJ's presidency, but that fundamentally transformed the country in ways that even the president might not have anticipated. The new law favored newcomers with specialized skills and education or existing family relationships with American citizens or residents, and substituted the national origin standard with annual hemispheric limits: 170,000 immigrants from the Eastern Hemisphere, 120,000 from the Western Hemisphere, a breakdown that reflected lingering bias toward Europe. That provision was later eliminated and replaced with a simple annual cap of 290,000 immigrants. Critically, the bill exempted from these caps all immigrants with immediate family members in the United States. In signing the law, Johnson affirmed that the national origin standard violated the basic principle of American democracy, the principle that values and rewards each man on the basis of his merit as a man. While the bill's champions, including LBJ and New York's Congressman Emanuel Seller, were committed to ethnic and racial pluralism, they anticipated that most of its beneficiaries would hail from Europe. Seller assured his colleagues that as a matter of pure numbers, the effect of the bill on our population would be insignificant, while Edward Kennedy, JFK's youngest brother and the initiative's chief whip in the Senate, maintained that the ethnic mix of this country will not be upset, because the legislation would not inundate America with immigrants from any one country or area, or the most overpopulated and economically deprived nations of Africa and Asia. The Wall Street Journal agreed, arguing that the family unification provision ensured that the new immigration pattern would not stray radically from the old one. The story played itself out differently, and in ways that neither Kennedy nor Seller, Lyndon Johnson nor the Wall Street Journal anticipated. As Europe's economy finally emerged from the ashes of World War II, fewer residents of Ireland, Italy, or Germany moved to the United States, while those residing in the Soviet bloc found it all but impossible to try. But tens of thousands of educated professionals, lawyers, doctors, engineers, scientists from Asia and Central America did avail themselves of new opportunities in the United States, and established roots in the United States legally. So did tens of thousands of refugees from Cuba, Vietnam, and other repressive regimes. By 1972, the Association of American Medical Colleges found that 46% of all licensed physicians were foreign-born, with large numbers emigrating from India, the Philippines, Korea, Iran, Thailand, Pakistan, and China. Because the law exempted many categories of family members from the hemispheric caps, these new citizens were soon able to bring their relatives to join them. Many more immigrants than expected thus came to the United States, and those who did so created a much more diverse population. In the first decade of the bill's enactment, an average of 100,000 legal immigrants above the cap relocated annually to the United States. By 1980, the annual number soared to 730,000. 50 years after the bill's passage, foreign-born immigrants made up roughly 13% of the total population, approaching the all-time high of 14.7% in 1910. Another 20% were born in the United States, but had at least one foreign-born parent, bringing the proportion of first- and second-generation Americans to near historic heights. Unlike earlier waves, 90% of new Americans after 1965 hailed from outside Europe, from countries like Mexico, Brazil, the Philippines, Korea, Cuba, Taiwan, India, and the Dominican Republic. As a consequence, demographers projected that by 2050, non-Hispanic white Americans would constitute less than half of the U.S. population. The bill itself did not take effect until shortly before Johnson left office. It was the rare example of Great Society legislation whose long-term consequences neither the President nor his White House staff was able to presage. Yet alongside the administration's vigorous enforcement of civil rights laws, immigration reform catalyzed a new electoral alignment, which some political scientists have dubbed the Great Society Coalition, that comprised African Americans, Latinos, and well-educated white voters, many of whom unknowingly benefited from the legacy of Johnson's higher education policies. This coalition, though not ascendant for at least a quarter century after LBJ left office, would in later years prove a powerful counterweight to the forces of white backlash. On October 3, 1965, the day that LBJ signed the Immigration Act into law, those days lay far in the distance. The politics of white retrenchment, however, were just around the corner. The magnitude of Johnson's legislative and administrative accomplishment in 1965 and 1966 was astonishing by earlier and later comparisons. In addition to civil rights and voting rights, immigration reform, the Education Act, Medicare, and Medicaid, LBJ's White House, with the full support of an overwhelmingly Democratic Congress, unleashed a tidal wave of liberal reform. Some of these measures exerted a lasting and positive influence on American life. Others would prove noble but failed experiments. When he launched the Great Society at the University of Michigan, Johnson emphasized the imperative of ameliorating conditions in America's cities. At his urging, in 1965, Congress created a new cabinet agency, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and assigned it a broad mandate to oversee not only federal housing initiatives, but the delivery of better social services, infrastructure assistance, including mundane but critical areas like water and sewage systems, and slum rehabilitation. To lead the new department, Johnson appointed Robert Weaver, the administrator of the Housing and Home Finance Agency, and now the nation's first black cabinet member. A year later, after considerable pressure from the White House, Congress authorized the Model Cities program, originally intended to target aid to 6 demonstration cities: Washington, Detroit, Chicago, Philadelphia, Houston, and Los Angeles, where HUD would work in close coordination with municipal, civic, and religious leaders to overhaul schools, hospitals and health centers, transportation services, and low-income and middle-class housing. The program would bring to bear all of the techniques and talents within our society on the crisis of the American city. In the end analysis, politics proved the undoing of its mission. Members of Congress did not permit the administration to discover what a handful of demonstration cities could accomplish with a sizable, narrowly targeted infusion of cash and strong benchmarks and oversight from Washington. Instead, explained the New York Times several years later, every legislator had to have a slice of the pork. The few cities became 75, then 150. Eventually, the money was shoveled around only a half-inch deep anywhere. The program was destined to fail. Despite the failure of the Model Cities program, the Johnson administration gave American urban dwellers a seat at the cabinet table and ensured that their interests would at last receive the same consideration that rural Americans had long enjoyed through the Department of Agriculture and the Department of the Interior. The Johnson administration's education initiatives extended far beyond aid to primary and secondary schools. The graduate of a public university, LBJ believed passionately in the cause of higher education, and like many liberal Democrats of his age, had long pressed for stronger federal assistance to college students. In the early 1960s, institutions were under mounting strain to accommodate the rising generation of baby boomers who flooded American campuses. At half of the country's four-year colleges and over 80% of junior colleges, libraries fell short of minimal standards. Moreover, few poor children were able to afford tuition and fees, resulting in a notable disparity between the portion of middle class, 78%, and working class, 33%, high school graduates who attended college. Over one-fifth of students who began post-secondary studies had to drop out for want of financial wherewithal. For many black families, whose median income was little more than half that of white families, post-secondary education was essentially out of reach. Average tuition, room, and board at a four-year public university ate up 14.5% of a typical white family's income, but 26.3% of income for a typical black family. The corresponding figures for private four-year institutions were even more staggering, 30.4% and 55.1%, respectively. With faith that access to a quality education would help poor people achieve their share of American prosperity, the Johnson White House secured passage in 1965 of the Higher Education Act, HEA. The legislation appropriated funds to support library expansion at private and public universities and established work-study, grant programs, and reduced interest loans to make tuition and fees affordable for poor and working-class students. In real, inflation-adjusted dollars, the federal government's annual spending on post-secondary student expenses increased by over 10,000% between 1963 and 2010. When Johnson signed the Higher Education Act into law, he intended its benefits to flow primarily to poor people. The important role of the federal government is somehow to do something for the people who are down and out, he affirmed. And that's where its major energy in education ought to go. Despite this original intent, as tuition and fees at both public and private institutions began to climb sharply in the 1980s, successive Congresses and administrations gradually expanded eligibility to include more middle-income students. Upon signing a reauthorization of HEA in 1992, President George H.W. Bush proudly asserted that it gives a hand up to lower-income students who need help the most. but it also reaches out into the middle-income families, the ones who skipped a vacation and drove the old clunker so that their kids could go to college. Through various subtle means, including the exemption of home equity in calculating a family's eligibility for assistance, and the gradual shift from grants, which made up roughly half of all student aid in 1965, but today account for less than 30%, to loans, the law gradually morphed into a middle-class subsidy that also happened to help those poor families able to capture its benefits. Despite this departure from the bill's founding principles, Johnson left a vital legacy. Today, federal grants account for 10% of the total operating budget of all four-year institutions, while subsidized loans underwrite a substantial portion of the tuition and fees that universities and colleges collect. Just as critics identified Medicare as a driver of medical inflation, skeptics of federal education policy cited federal grants and loans, particularly those that flowed to middle-income students, as a primary culprit in the skyrocketing cost of college. Yet, as higher education emerged as an entry key to employment in the modern information economy, the role of federal support in broadening access, particularly to groups traditionally locked out, was undeniable. One indisputable triumph for the Great Society was its lasting contribution to providing food security to the most vulnerable Americans. When a team of researchers surveyed hunger in poor communities in the early 1960s, they found children whose nutritional and medical conditions we can only describe as shocking, even to a group of physicians whose work involves daily confrontation with disease and suffering. In child after child, we saw evidence of vitamin and mineral deficiencies in boys and girls in every county we visited. Obvious evidence of severe malnutrition, with injury to body's tissues, its muscles, bones, and skin, as well as an associated psychological state of fatigue, listlessness, and exhaustion. We saw homes with children who are lucky to eat one meal a day, who don't get to drink milk, don't get to eat fruit, green vegetables, or meat. During World War II, roughly half of all counties in the United States participated in a federally subsidized food stamp program that enabled poor people to purchase discounted coupons that could be redeemed for food. The program ended in 1943. Under John Kennedy, the government reinstituted it as a pilot initiative in just 8 regions of the country. The 1964 Food Stamp Act took what had been a limited test program and created a new entitlement. Under its provisions, poor families were eligible to purchase cut-price food stamps. The requirement that recipients pay for the coupons was consistent with LBJ's mandate that there be no doles in his war on poverty. But more fundamentally, it represented the administration's belief that the poor required qualitative assistance to realize their fair portion of the nation's abundance, not cash transfers. Yet when Congress eliminated the purchase requirement, the food stamp program, whose rolls grew from roughly 500,000 recipients in 1965 to roughly 13 million in 1974, evolved into both a nutritional assistance program and a hidden form of income support. Because food stamps qualify in budgetary terms as a near-cash benefit, meaning they are not technically income, the federal government does not include their value when measuring poverty. Using the Alternative Supplemental Poverty Measure, SPM, which counts the value of such benefits as part of household income, census figures in 2010 revealed that food stamps cut the child poverty rate by 3 percentage points. The program also accomplished much of its original mandate to help alleviate hunger and nutritional deficiency among poor people. Though some families may use food stamps, later renamed SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, to defray grocery purchases they would otherwise have made, Studies established that the program afforded poor people, and particularly poor children, greater access to nutritious food. At Johnson's urging, Congress also passed the 1966 Child Nutrition Act, which substantially expanded a pre-existing subsidized school lunch program for poor children and established a pilot breakfast program. Both initiatives experienced steady growth under successive Democratic and Republican initiatives. Between 1970 and 2010, the number of disadvantaged youth benefiting from free or subsidized breakfasts grew from 450,000 to 11.7 million, while those receiving free or reduced-price lunches grew from 22 million to 32 million. Aside from the very real contribution that school meals play in providing food security for poor children, census data report that they account for a 1-point decrease in child poverty rates when accounting for the cash value of the benefit. In absolute numbers, food stamps and school meals together reduce the total number of children living in poverty today by approximately 15%. In his signature address at the University of Michigan, LBJ had declared that the Great Society was a place where the city of man serves not only the needs of the body and the demands of commerce, but the desire for beauty and the hunger for community. It was a place where men are more concerned with the quality of their goals than the quantity of their goods. Such sweeping rhetorical flourishes reflected the imprimatur of new frontiersmen like Dick Goodwin and Bill Moyers on the Great Society's agenda. They also drove Horace Busby and George Reedy to distraction. Fighting poverty and completing the nation's frayed and patchwork safety net were legacy items from the New Deal and Fair Deal years. Expanding the liberal agenda to include environmental, consumer, and workforce protections reflected the concerns of younger LBJ aides who presaged the New Politics movement of the 1970s. Over the course of his presidency, Johnson signed roughly 300 such measures into law. The Water Quality Act of 1965 established standards for interstate lakes and rivers and held states accountable for enforcement. The Clean Water Restoration Act appropriated over $3.5 billion to remediate lakes and rivers and created regulations to stem the flow of sewage and industrial waste. The Air Quality Act of 1967 established some of the first emission standards for automobiles and industrial plants. A highway beautification bill, an initiative that Lady Bird tirelessly championed, the passage of which became a matter of personal honor for the president, limited the placement of billboards along federal highways. Such measures, pioneering in their time, were fundamental building blocks on which the modern environmental movement later established a more stringent regulatory apparatus to safeguard America's water, air, and land. No longer is peripheral action, the saving of a forest, a park, and a refuge for wildlife, isolated from the mainstream, declared Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall, who served under both Kennedy and Johnson. The total environment is now the concern, and the new conservation makes man himself its subject. The quality of life is now the perspective and repose of the new conservation. The Great Society was also on the vanguard of consumer protection and health and safety reform, emerging concerns among liberal interest groups. At the administration's urging, in 1966, Congress passed the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act, which required manufacturers of consumer goods to label the net contents, identity of commodity, and name and place of the product's manufacturer, packer, or distributor. The law also empowered the Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration to impose additional rules governing the disclosure of ingredients, package size, and pricing. With the support of overwhelmingly Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate, LBJ secured passage of two new federal agencies, the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts, with a mandate and budget to promote American cultural achievement. He also signed into law the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, which established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, an agency with dedicated federal funding that helped local public television and radio stations create and broadcast quality programming. The Broadcasting Act spurred the creation of both the Public Broadcasting Service, PBS, and National Public Radio, which launched in 1970. In his memoirs, Johnson was critical of PBS. Considering that the thrust of the Great Society in general was toward the poor and minorities, he concluded, it is worth saying that the emphasis in public broadcasting turned out to be toward an elite audience. He was correct inasmuch as local stations devoted a large portion of airtime in the system's early years to costume dramas and television plays produced by the BBC. But Johnson, who died in January 1973, did not enjoy the opportunity to witness the lasting influence of PBS on quality children's programming. In 1968, Joan Gans Cooney, a New York-based public television producer who had won an Emmy for her documentary on the achievements of the Head Start program, founded the Children's Television Workshop, CTW. Convinced that television had an important role to play in preparing low-income children for school, Cooney received backing from the Carnegie Foundation to plan an educational show targeted to children between the ages of 3 and 5. The concept was generally uncontroversial, but its approach was highly unorthodox. If we accept the premise that commercials are effective teachers, Cooney wrote in her Carnegie report, it is important to be aware of their characteristics, the most obvious being frequent repetition, clever visual presentation, brevity, and clarity. In the course of a 2-hour time slot, television viewers, young and old alike, were exposed to as many as 50 30-second advertisements. Rather than fight this tendency, the fledgling production shop would build advertising techniques into its premier effort, Sesame Street. Each hour-long episode featured upwards of 25 short educational segments sponsored by letters and numbers. Today's show was brought to you by the letter J and the number 7. Sesame Street broke new ground in its use of an inner-city street set and knowingly spoofed the bland daytime game shows and soap operas that children invariably took in over the course of their preschool years. It had its own white-toothed game show host, a Muppet named Guy Smiley, and a man-on-the-scene reporter named Kermit the Frog. Occupying the 9 a.m. time slot, when 20% of children aged 3 to 5 were already seated in front of the television, Sesame Street drew almost half of the nation's preschool population within a year of its debut. The generation of children raised in the 1970s was the first to learn its numbers and letters, and some of its values, from public television. Not everyone shared the enthusiasm of so many young viewers. In Mississippi, public television stations initially refused to air the show because it featured a racially integrated cast, while in England, BBC's children's programming director declined to run Sesame Street because he was worried by the program's authoritarian aims. Right answers are demanded and praised. Some education experts also argued that Sesame Street socialized kids to learn by rote memorization rather than creative thinking and deduction. CTW remained defiant in the face of these criticisms, insisting, as did one producer, that we've proved that kids will watch quality shows and will choose them over sleazy competition. By numbers and brand recognition alone, they were right. In every sense, CTW and Sesame Street were children of the Great Society. Despite the sheer breadth of his achievement, Johnson sustained mounting criticism from liberal intellectuals and journalists, particularly those who identified most closely with the new frontier and viewed Robert Kennedy as the true heir of his brother's legacy. Many of these critics had never accepted LBJ as one of their own and could not intellectually reconcile his emergence as a liberal icon. Speaking before the annual Conference of Americans for Democratic Action, ADA, in April 1965, after LBJ's historic address on voting rights, and with ESEA and Medicare gliding their way through the legislative process, Arthur Schlesinger baldly claimed that the Great Society had been Dick Goodwin's doing, not just the phrase, but the very concept. LBJ's brain trust, Valenti, Busby, and Reedy, had resisted it with unbending will, believing that its dreamy, vague proposals would be interpreted as a hangover from the Soviet Union's series of unsuccessful 5-year plans. It was only by virtue of Goodwin's intellectual probity and towering influence that the forces of goodness had scored a clear victory of the liberal cause of American politics over the messianic conservative complex of the president's Texas Mafia. Earlier that year, Schlesinger privately recorded his opinion that LBJ was living intellectually off the Kennedy program. Anything worthwhile emanating from the Johnson White House had been the handiwork of the Kennedy people. Johnson was acutely aware of this perception and increasingly wary of Kennedy loyalists who sought to diminish his standing. When the historian William Leuchtenberg visited the White House to interview LBJ at the conclusion of the first session of the 89th Congress in late 1965, he found the president, whom he had never met, irritable and on edge. "Mr. President, this has been a remarkable Congress. It is even arguable whether this isn't the most significant Congress ever," he began by way of opening. "No, it isn't," LBJ snapped. "It's not arguable. You can perform a great service if you say that never before have the 3 independent branches been so productive. Never has the American system worked so effectively in producing quality legislation, and at a time when our system is under attack all over the world." Johnson was wound up like an old Victrola and let go a 2-hour volley of grievances against the Kennedys, ADA liberals generally, Arthur Schlesinger specifically, and the press. It was a remarkable display of annoyance and resentment. At the time of the interview, Lyndon Johnson stood at the height of his power and accomplishment. Arthur Schlesinger might not admit to the world what he acknowledged in his diary. LBJ was likely destined to greatness. But in ways that were not then apparent, Johnson and his inner circle had already committed themselves to decisions that would nearly prove the undoing of the Great Society. Part 3. Chapter 10. Guns and Butter. "I don't want to be known as a war president," Lyndon Johnson insisted in the summer of 1965. Franklin Roosevelt would forever be remembered for leading the nation to victory in Europe and the Pacific, but Johnson vividly recalled how the exigencies of mobilization and combat had forced FDR to transform himself from Dr. New Deal to Dr. Win the War, effectively drawing to a close a decade of liberal domestic reform and forestalling the completion of the nation's safety net. It was the story of every Democratic president in the 20th century, from Woodrow Wilson, who largely sidelined progressive economic and social reform after America entered the European conflict, to Harry Truman, who became bogged down in Korea and ultimately spent down his political capital to raise armies and manage a wartime economy rather than pursue his fair deal programs. Foreign adventures had also consumed the Kennedy administration, much to the detriment of the Democratic Party's domestic policy agenda. Johnson was acutely aware of this cumulative history and remained determined not to fall into the same trap. Yet in the early months of his full term, he made fateful decisions that proved his political undoing. Before the early 1950s, few Americans had heard of Vietnam, a one-time French protectorate in Southeast Asia that fell under Japanese control during World War II and emerged after the war as one of many nations eager to shake off the yoke of European colonialism and achieve political independence. A nationalist guerrilla army, the Viet Minh, led by a longtime communist insurgent, Ho Chi Minh, engaged in a 10-year struggle with the French, who fought to reimpose control on their former province. It was around this time that the U.S. government took an interest in Vietnam. Prevailing foreign policy wisdom held that if one country were to fall to the communist bloc, a domino effect would soon topple nearby democratic or colonial governments, thus emboldening communist China and depriving Americans and their allies of access to raw materials, markets, naval bases, and strategic positions throughout Asia. The Eisenhower administration watched with concern, but did not intervene when the Viet Minh defeated the American-backed French army at Dien Bien Phu. In subsequent peace talks held in Geneva, Switzerland, the United States stepped in as the lead Western power, seeking to check the influence of Ho's nationalist movement. By agreement, the country would be temporarily split in two at the 17th parallel, with reunification and free elections to follow 2 years later. The United States subsequently installed a new leader in South Vietnam, Ngo Dinh Diem, a Catholic civil servant from the old French regime, and attempted to prop up his government with military and financial aid. With American consent, Diem canceled the scheduled elections in 1956. In the coming years, he would prove an expensive and troublesome client of the United States. Corrupt and inept, his government alienated large numbers of Vietnamese peasants and soon fell into open armed conflict with southern remnants of the Viet Minh, now rebranded the National Liberation Front, NLF, or Viet Cong, VC. Courtesy of Ho's government in Hanoi, the NLF enjoyed a steady supply of materials that flowed down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a winding network of footpaths and tunnels that extended over 600 miles through Laos and Cambodia. Frustration with Diem's government led JFK to sanction a military overthrow in 1963. In the American-backed coup, just weeks before Kennedy's assassination, Diem and his brother were killed, and a new military junta installed. The United States had already committed billions of dollars in assistance to the Saigon government and had over 15,000 military advisors in place. Such was the state of American involvement when Johnson became president. At 3 critical junctures, LBJ and his foreign policy advisors led the country further down a path to war. In August 1964, when, in response to a suspected North Vietnamese attack on an American gunboat in the Gulf of Tonkin, Congress authorized the administration to use all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the armed forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression. In February 1965, when American forces began a massive bombing campaign against North Vietnamese and NLF targets, later dubbed Operation Rolling Thunder, and in July 1965, when Johnson committed combat troops to root out the NLF and prop up the weak and disreputable government in Saigon. Until late 1967, LBJ's advisors were near unanimous in their conviction that South Vietnam must not fall. "If I don't go in now, and they show later that I should have," LBJ lamented, "they'll push Vietnam up my ass every time." Even later, when some of his national security advisors arrived at the conclusion that the war could not be won, Johnson remained adamant that the political costs of capitulation were too heavy to bear. A communist victory would shatter my presidency, kill my administration, and damage our democracy. I knew that Harry Truman and Dean Acheson had lost their effectiveness the day that the communists took over in China. The administration's lone dissenter of consequence was George Ball, the Undersecretary of State, whose work as a director of the Strategic Bombing Survey in 1945 led him to believe that the United States would gain little advantage through the indiscriminate bombing of a pre-industrial country, North Vietnam, with precious few vital targets. Ball also questioned America's ability to win a ground war against well-stocked guerrilla fighters. History would later prove him right, though at the time his was a lone voice. By the end of 1965, over 150,000 servicemen were stationed in Vietnam. By 1968, over 500,000. In World War II, the average American combat soldier was 26 years old. In Vietnam, he was 19. From the very start, his exposure to war was surreal. Rather than send servicemen by military transport, the government contracted with commercial airlines to shuttle fresh troops to Southeast Asia. The sleek civilian jets were all painted in their designer colors, puce and canary yellow, remembered one veteran. There were stewardesses on the plane, air conditioning. You would think we were going to Phoenix or something. Another serviceman remembered that you could cut the fear on the plane with a knife. You could smell it. The guy sitting next to me was married. I'm sure he was worried sick about his family back home. The stewardess came by and gave us sandwiches, and he started crying. He couldn't eat a sandwich. He just sat there and cried. For grunts on the front line, Vietnam was a grim battleground. Over 60% of the country's topography consisted of densely vegetated highlands where Viet Cong guerrillas successfully camouflaged themselves among the million or so Vietnamese citizens who dwelled in sparsely settled hamlets. Most American combat troops spent their days humping the hills and mountains amid scorching heat and humidity and carrying out search and destroy missions, the aim of which was to kill as many NLF fighters as possible. Unlike past wars in which the objective was to capture and hold territory, Vietnam required combat units to rack up a body count, contending with the thick heat and heavy rain, working on little sleep but an excess of stress, suffering hundreds of paper-thin cuts from the elephant grass, which sometimes climbed 10 feet tall, and enduring painful blisters, swelling, and skin decay on their feet. Servicemen had to make life and death decisions in the blink of an eye about which Vietnamese to regard as non-combatants and which to regard as VC. Because the enemy made a practice of hiding among civilians and brutally coercing non-combatants into providing them aid and cover, many American combat units stopped differentiating altogether. According to the rules of engagement, in so-called free fire zones, they were permitted to shoot anyone or anything without compunction. When I got to Nam, explained one veteran, it was like black had turned into white because I was totally unprepared. You're so scared that you'll shoot at anything. I went to Vietnam a basic, naive young man of 18, remembered a combat paratrooper who served with the 173rd Airborne Division in 1969. Before I reached my 19th birthday, I was an animal. Like many grunts, under the strain of combat, he descended into wanton criminal violence. He cut off the ears and fingers of VC dead and wore them on a string around his neck. He shot civilians, whose deaths only drove up his unit's body count. He participated in the gang rape and murder of a young, pregnant Vietnamese woman. After a while, it really bothered me, the soldier told a reporter. I started saying to myself, What would I do if someone would do something like this to my child, to my mother? I was in charge of a group of animals, and I had to be the biggest animal there. I allowed things to happen. I had learned not to care, and I didn't care. The most famous example of American war crimes in Vietnam involved Lieutenant William L. Calley, the commander of Charlie Company's 1st Platoon, a unit attached to Task Force Barker of the American Division's 11th Infantry Brigade. In March 1968, Calley received orders from his direct superior to clear out the small hamlet of My Lai 4. Though most of the villagers at My Lai were women, children, and elderly men, and though an official inquiry later found that Charlie Company did not draw enemy fire from the town, Calley's troops unleashed an orgy of violence and destruction, rounding up and summarily gunning down anywhere between 350 and 500 innocent civilians. The murder victims included scores of young children. Military officials concealed the details of the slaughter until late 1969, when the independent journalist Seymour Hersh broke the story. In March 1971, Calley was convicted of 22 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Richard Nixon promptly commuted the sentence to 5 years of house arrest, of which Calley served only 3. Philip Caputo, who later earned acclaim for his war memoirs, wrote that, out there, lacking restraints, sanctioned to kill, confronted by a hostile country and a relentless enemy, we sank into a brutish state. The mother of Private Paul Meadlow, a participant in the My Lai massacre, spoke for many parents when she mourned, "I gave them a good boy, and they made him a murderer." For those working-class teenagers who served in the war, what might have been the best years of their lives became a nightmare that many later found impossible to shake. Leroy Quintana, who served in the 101st Airborne Division, remembered facing a long line of armed Viet Cong soldiers. "I was shivering in the mud," he said, "and this is how bad it was. I wanted my mom. When it's really, really down, everything becomes primal." Michael Herr, a reporter for Esquire, who chronicled the lives of ordinary servicemen in Southeast Asia, once observed that it was never easy to guess the ages of the Marines at Khe Sanh, since nothing like youth ever lasted in their faces for very long. Enduring the stress, alienation, and depression of combat service was sometimes as difficult as dodging enemy bullets. Grunts lived for those rare bennies, like a letter from home, a sea ration of canned fruit, a hot shower at the rear, or ice cream. They also turned to drugs, especially in the latter years of the ground war. Southeast Asia was fertile ground for narcotics cultivation, and Vietnamese marijuana had THC levels between 5 times and 20 times that of American grass. Suppliers regularly emptied out cartons of tobacco cigarettes and filled them with potent homegrown marijuana. By 1969, roughly 60% of all combat troops were smoking marijuana on a regular basis. In the 1970s, heroin also became widely available. Unlike the expensive diluted product sold on American streets, heroin in Vietnam was 95% pure, and it was cheap. Small vials that sold for $200 in the United States cost only $2 in Vietnam. By 1971, roughly 10% of combat troops were heroin addicts, while another 20% were recreational users. Any administration would have been hard-pressed to manage the political fallout of a morally controversial war that claimed the deaths of over 30,000 servicemen between 1965 and 1968 alone, and whose horrors were nightly on display in every American living room, courtesy of extensive television news coverage. But Johnson and his aides ensnared themselves in a trap of their own making. initially certain that the conflict could be won in 6 months, and loath to rally popular support for a war that might deflect attention, will, and resources from its cherished domestic agenda, the administration downplayed Vietnam at every critical juncture. Initially, neither LBJ nor any senior cabinet member or White House aide announced or acknowledged that the president had committed ground forces to Southeast Asia. When reporters observed Marine landings at Da Nang and Phu Bai and a buildup of soldiers and airmen elsewhere in South Vietnam, the administration dissembled, insisting that the mission had not changed. American troops have been sent to South Vietnam recently with the mission of protecting key installations there, the State Department answered casually. Only in June 1965 did the department spokesperson acknowledge that the government had committed to lend combat support to Vietnamese forces, though when asked when the president had granted that authorization, he answered, "I couldn't be specific, but it is something that has developed over the past several weeks." The inevitable swell of coverage obligated George Reedy, who was then still the White House press secretary, to issue a clarifying statement. Yet Reedy backtracked, insisting that there had been no change in the mission of the United States combat units in Vietnam in recent days or weeks. The primary mission of these troops is to secure and safeguard important military installations. Offhandedly, Reedy acknowledged that General William Westmoreland, the American commander on the ground, enjoyed the authority to employ these troops in support of Vietnamese forces faced with aggressive attack, when in his judgment the general military situation urgently requires it. His non-denial denial was so fundamentally dishonest that even Westmoreland later judged it a masterpiece of obliquity. The response to the administration's dissimulation was swift and overwhelmingly negative, but the White House soon compounded its problems. If Johnson would not acknowledge that he had committed the nation to war, he certainly could not disclose its cost. In 1965, LBJ buried Vietnam expenditures, which totaled roughly $5 billion, in the Pentagon budget. It would shock members of Congress when 6 months later, in the middle of the fiscal year, the administration was forced to request a sizable supplementary appropriations package to cover the swiftly mounting costs of the war. By December 1965, when Murray Marder of the Washington Post first introduced the term, the idea of the credibility gap had become a fixture of opposition to the administration. It was a pattern that continued through Johnson's presidency.